of the list? I don't think so.
But you can afford those things after you've established that they're broadly popular or not. Broad popularity doesn't matter if you don't have any money in the bank.
Yeah, but I mean, like my point here is like we have all these popular things. Okay, people just like. It doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. People just like them. They want them to happen. So it doesn't matter what their alleged cost concerns are. I'm sure there's
it's not
there are ways. Marshall, look, every time you interrupt me, I lose track of where I am. It's just rude, Marshall. Okay, it's just rude. Talk to Brad about that. He has.
How about the things we're talking about?
Look, Marshall, you're still talking, dude. You're still talking, dude.
You know what?
Just fuck it. You guys can sit here and talk to each other.
We could do it. The next question that follows broadly popular is, can you afford the damn thing? That's the question.
Well, I think it's. I know there's a lot of people in my country that feel the same way as him. I mean, I think a broader question is like, does your average citizen have enough good access to accurate information to know what to demand from the government? So I know that economics is a very difficult field. There's a hell of a lot of moving parts to it,
Yeah, there certainly are. Like I said, it's not necessarily about whether it polls well. It's not whether you can do it. Something may poll well,
right?
And you may really want it, but what if you can't afford it, or what if you can't do it? The doable question is like a critical question as to whether any of those policies are even affordable or not.
Right, and then, Marshall, so my family is half my sister's in Chicago, my brother-in-law is American, and there's certain things that they like and love about both countries, right? Fair enough, Canada and the United States are both wonderful, really great countries, and there is no perfect place in this world, but I understand where he's coming from because, on the surface view of things, there are very, very wealthy people, and the largest companies in the world, I think, are mostly in the United States, a lot in China as well. And so, from a layperson's point of view, well, there's billionaires, nearly trillionaires, massive companies, the groundwork, the soil in the United States, the economy is fertile enough to give birth to these wonderful things. Why shouldn't everybody just be taxed across the board? And again, there's no such thing as free healthcare in Canada. It's not free. We all pay for it, right? Just through our taxes, it's higher. And so, if the United States can afford to grow these massive companies, then it should be, on the surface, able to afford universal healthcare, right? So
right. Fundamentally mistakes one principle. It mistakes the idea that companies can grow large, and that the ability of those companies to grow large is the government's responsibility or fault. Right? Yes, companies receive subsidies from government, certainly, surely.
Sure.
But the reason companies are broadly popular, or at least broadly successful, it's not about government, or it's not about what government did.
Right.
It's about what the market did. And I think one of the problems is people associate that wealth belonging to the government, and it doesn't. It belongs to the government.
Right, but in Canada, right, it's the people that pay for the healthcare, right? Just as an example, right? So we all get taxed. And then if there is this broad support, if like he's saying, if like 70% of the United States population is saying, hey man, just go ahead, tax me $4,000 across the whole board, tax everybody here the same amount, then let's just go for it. This like general, base level healthcare, right? And then if you want something better, then you can go, you can buy additional healthcare.
I think it would be $4,000. I hate the argument.
You don't think so?
It boils it down to it would be $4,000. No, it wouldn't. They would tell you it would be $4,000, and then when the government decided to hike the price, guess what? You have to pay whatever the fucking hike price was.
Right. I don't know. I have to check. Yeah.
It's putting the ability to get healthcare in the government's hands. That's a big idea. If the government has the ability to hold and deny healthcare, well, then where else are you supposed to go? And if you have a nationalized healthcare system, that's exactly what that is. The government.
Yeah, but a lot of things are nationalized. Yeah, but there's a lot of things that are nationalized, right? Like the roads, right? So I do understand the slippery slope thing. Like, don't give the government too much money or else they'll mismanage it. And for sure, it's a problem here in Canada, for sure. And governments have proven time and time again that they do mismanage money.
Our federal government doesn't manage all the roads. Like, see,
No.
It doesn't.
Correctly, yeah. I don't know.
The national highway system is managed by the federal government, but the road I'm currently fucking on right now, the county road, is not managed by the federal government.
This is why the universal health care plan in Canada, which is actually kind of a misnomer, it's crumbling at its big hands right now. And again, I'll do the room on this. I don't know why people constantly want to dig it. And the fucking Canadians always come up and go, we have universal health care. No, you have a welfare country that is existence upon the U.S. for it.
Well, I think it's a bit more complicated than that, Brad. Come on. I mean, to be fair.
Why? Why do you think it's more complicated? Your infrastructure projects are at the behest mostly dominated by the U.S. markets and companies, right?
I don't know.
50% of shit.
I'm not a specialist in it. I do know that if we turn off our energy, you guys go dark.
No, that's actually the inverse, because we actually did that once. The Niagara Falls went dark. It had a brownout early 2000s. It affected the entire seaboard, eastern seaboard, out to the
I think we're going to get into like a chest bumping match here and get off topic, but if you want to go ahead.
It's like if you continue to interrupt me, I just move you down, and I don't care at that point. But
then you win.
Damn right, it's my room. So, again, we had this happen with Niagara Falls. It went to a brownout. The power shut down. Canada was screaming, and it was just a little switch in Ohio that caused that problem. The U.S. controls the majority of the oil. You do provide oil, but you don't provide it east to west in your country. You rely on the United States to do that, particularly 3 states, Montana and the Dakotas. So you don't even have a national pipeline to actually.
What's your point?
So again, here, let me show you this. This is where Canadians just need to be in the audience. I don't like you guys. I really don't. Clubhouse has really made me think I can't stand Canadians. I don't know what it is. I used to date, chase Canadian girls when I was a teenager in high school. I thought they were all crazy because they were, I'm going to be honest, they're the ones that let you feel them up and they put out the most. But quite frankly, no, I've really grown to detest Canada. And it's not because of Trudeau. It's actually because of the people who come on here to discuss American politics from a Canadian country and then somehow they own it and win on these arguments. And you don't even understand our system, yet you're so quick to jump into the fray and then quote like Marxist or some other dogmatic bullshit and then try to tell me how I'm going to work in my room. So Poodle, again, some gay man in Canada on a welfare system selling perfume out of his mommy's basement is not going to impress me because you can quote Karl Marx or whatever freaking philosopher you have. It's not. And then brag about the healthcare system in Canada because it's the only thing you know and you haven't experienced anything else. We have socialized healthcare systems in here. We have different payers. We have a variety. We have your own system incorporated in many other systems. You just don't know it. And with that said, I'm going to end this room because it is 4:30. Pepe has another room going for those. I'm not insecure, dude. You literally just really fascinatingly make it dull every time you comment. But I'm going to tell you guys to follow. Pepe has some fireworks going on. I think Jazzy's got a room going on. I think there's some tit for tat. I think there's something going on in a room called the Muff tonight. They're all going through, I guess there's some drama in the clubhouse streets. I know for a fact there is because I've actually been named in it. Happy Keegan got clipped and all his little minions got clipped. Probably shouldn't have doxed my work address. Probably shouldn't have tried to dox my daughter's address. Probably shouldn't have tried to dox like anything about me. Probably a good idea, but you know, to each their own. Again, these are still the same guys that never show up when they promise. But I'm okay with that. I appreciated the emails that you tried to send to the work, except most of you are too dumb to actually figure out where I work.
Figure out how to send the emails in the first place.
Yeah, they sent emails to like Texas Children Health Plan, and they didn't even know where they're going. And finally, I had to reach out because no one had a clue as to what they were sending. For the record, for the FBI reporting, this one's my favorite fucking one. There used to be a guy, Shane, on here who used to report to the FBI all the time, any conservative or Republican. We've all been reported. I've been reported, I don't know, 670,000 times. You're not going to get anywhere with it. The FBI is not concerned with the guy like
that
me.
Shane.
Yeah, see?
He was a pain in the ass. Sorry I was so mean to Elliot. I can't stand it when people don't use their fucking brains. It bothers me a lot.
Yeah, I know, that's most Canadians. But I mean, overall, I will say it's you go ahead, report your FBI thing. I'm just going to advise people. I was right on the Edmund campaign or the John Kitover campaign. Track your money. A lot of you are foolish to have given that man money because I hate to tell you this, under certain federal election things, your information is disclosed. Your information is now in the hands of guess who? John Kitover. That guy, the yoga guy who sits there and does yoga in Fruit of the Loom, tidy whities with urine stains on it. I tried to warn many of you, please don't donate to him. This is a scam campaign. It's just literally everything about it is just a joke, a troll. He's not serious. Nobody's going to actually go and elect him. And I think the fact that he's trying to do it for some kind of clubhouse attention is fucking weird. We've had people try to campaign on Clubhouse. Tom Slocum, what's his name, Christian, Lamar. They all tried to campaign on Clubhouse for their seats. You can't campaign from Clubhouse. If they were serious about getting elected, they would be in the streets. So when you hear this, please stop going into Kitover and trying to follow him. And most of you, careful with what he says because he's got a public office there. He's open to slander. He's open to criticism. He decided to put his name on that. And yes, it is a scam. And yes, I will call it out. And no, there's nothing he can do about it. Is there anything else, Patricia, Marshall, you guys want to add?
No, I can't think of anything. You said everything I want to say.
All right. And with that said, I hope to see you guys on the streets out there. You guys take care. We may do another room Monday, so be aware. 1 o'clock Monday. I think we're going to stay in this format. We'll keep doing as many rooms as we can, and hopefully we'll have another great conversation. And just remember, Patricia, she's a queen in here. You got to give her respect. She's going to chop you. She's mean. Shit. Stop pissing off the ladies in this room. With that said, this is the Political Compass, and we'll see you out there. Make sure you go vote. Make sure you get involved. Take care, and we will see you guys later. words.
They're being hidden from. Makes me more curious and more more focused on. Yeah, I think we see what is being hidden from us, and I don't know how we're going to find out what the quid pro quo was to get Ghislaine Maxwell the cushy treatment, which is a violation of the protocols of the Justice Department that she's being held in. But then violating protocols is a specialty of the Trump administration and Donald Trump, so it's not all that surprising. But I'd like to, it's something that ultimately needs to be discovered and needs to be learned by the American people. And I'll land there. Thanks.
To your point, Alex, I fear, and I would not be surprised if my fears prove true, that whatever the Oversight Committee ultimately releases, and with regards to the files that they received today, will be unsatisfying. I almost made up a new word. Unsatisfying to the people who have a thirst for knowledge over this issue. I hope I'm wrong, but I fear that I am right. I think what we're seeing today with these Maxwell transcripts is just a precursor to all of that. And the way that interview was conducted, by not asking the question that I suggested should have been the very second question that Chris just articulated as well. If there is no list of people who participated in this depravity of defiling minors, young women and teenagers, maybe children, what do you know about it? You were there. If that question is not asked, was the non-asking of that question an omission, or was it a commission? Seriously, how could you not ask that question? It's beyond credibility that a person of that stature conducting an interview of such great importance and of such great interest to the American people who ultimately the government works for. And I think we as Americans have a right to demand that these individuals be brought to justice, or if the statute of limitations has run out, at least bring them to justice in the public sphere. That question wasn't asked. Omission? Are you that incompetent that you don't ask the logical follow-up question that even Chris, who's not, as he pointed out, a journalist or an investigator, would know to ask? To me, that's an act of commission, not an act of omission. It appears to be omission, but I think it's commission.
So by commission, you mean extending the cover-up?
Yes, of course.
Okay, it's just a word I don't normally use, commission and omission.
Well, I don't normally use it either. I don't normally use it either, but in this case, look, you can lead a witness. I can lead an interviewee, by the questions I ask them, in order to get the kind of response, not that the response is necessarily a lie, but the kind of response that I want, because it's what I'm looking for in the interview, which you should never do. You should try to find out as much information as possible, and then you go through your notes or through your tapes or through your video, and you decide what in that you're going to use in what you report to the public. But you don't try to hide things. You don't try to avoid asking questions. This guy avoided asking the obvious question. So you would normally say, Alex, he screwed up. It was an act of omission. It was like he screwed up. He didn't mean to do it. He's just incompetent. No. My argument is, and that's why I use the term, it's an act of commission or commission, because by not asking it, he purposely avoids the question being answered. How can she claim if that question is asked that she doesn't know? I don't recall. She promised, for what it's worth, that she would be forthcoming this time. So everything's on the table. You can ask her anything. Unless there was an agreement made prior to the interview that this question would not be asked, which puts her, honestly, it's a Fifth Amendment issue for her. And so
there are agreements that are made prior to whatever happened in the deposition with the lawyers. Of course there are, but there is also on the record and off the record conversations in these irregular proceedings that that we are likely not privy to and probably don't show up in the transcript itself. It's not like being in a regular court of law.
I've had times when I'm interviewing somebody, and generally the people who try to control what I ask, and I don't do a lot of this kind of reporting, have to do with celebrities, entertainment celebrities, right? There's a great interest. I don't do this kind of gossip reporting, but there's a great interest about the various celebrities and their personal lives. I don't know why. I don't care who's sleeping with who. I don't care who's divorcing who. I don't care who's marrying who. I'm interested in their art. And that's on the rare occasions that I have been in a position of interviewing people whose names you would recognize. I'm there to interview them about their project. I'm not there to interview them about, who they slept with last night. And invariably, the publicist will say, you can interview this person, but you can't ask them this, and this. No, you can't tell me what not to ask. You can ask me, but I'm not going to agree, as it so happens in each case, based on my journalistic style and what I'm interested in covering, I would have asked those questions anyway. But the point is, I'm not going to go into an interview with preconditions. If I get an opportunity to interview the president, and Levitt says to me, you can talk to the president, but this question, this and that is off the table, I'd either walk away or I would just refuse to adhere to that or agree to it. I would adhere to it if I agreed to it, but I would refuse to agree to it. He doesn't have to answer any question I ask him. It's his prerogative not to answer any question I ask him. But don't tell me what I can or can't ask him. This really smells like there was an agreement what she could be asked and what she wouldn't be asked. And we are left with a whole bunch of nothing. 2 days of transcripts that, at least thus far, what's been reported. There may be, as I said, an Easter egg or two in there, and I'll correct my assessment because it's only based on partial information. If I'm wrong about this, I'll correct my assessment on Monday publicly because I want to always set the record straight with anything that I say or report. And if I misstate something, I'll own it. I don't care. I'll own it. We're all humans. But it really, at this point, appears, and I think it's a logical conclusion based on what we know, that they purposely didn't ask, the $1 million question that you need to get to.
And that is that the lawyer for the Justice Department, who represents the people of the United States, and the lawyer for Ghislaine Maxwell have the same goals.
Well, herein lies an issue that we have seen in the previous Trump administration, the way he viewed Bill Barr, and we're clearly seeing it in this administration. You see, what you just said is true. The Justice Department represents the people of the United States, not the President of the United States. But in this administration, I think that every department is greatly influenced by the desire to represent what is best in the eyes of the president. And of course, that leads to additional questions about what the president knew. Not to suggest that he was involved in anything, but what he knew about his longtime, very close friend. They had a falling out, Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you, Alice. We'll move on. Scott.
Thank you.
Scott.
Sorry, guy. I was
That's okay. That's okay.
couldn't find my button there. Yeah. Well, look, I don't know if they're hiding the truth or not. Very interesting guy that she seemed to go out of her way. I mean, it's pretty funny, the whole thing about, oh, I just admire his achievement of becoming president. I mean, this is hilarious, right? I mean, look, I mean, I don't think you have to be a genius to see what. I mean, I think it seems the implications here. This, she got moved to a country club for trying to help dispel the Epstein, the Epstein mess, which is really becoming a mess. I mean, I think this is interesting. It's one of these things that we've said before. So many of the issues with Trump are because we're just so partisan. It doesn't really matter, right? He sends troops to DC, right? If you're anti-Trump, as I am, I try to be fair, but I'm a Democrat. And people know my thoughts on a lot of things. I try to be fair, though. If you're a Democrat, you say, this sucks. Democracy, it's being eroded. Norms are, collapsing in the sky. So if you're a Republican, great, law and order. These cities are a mess. Everything seems to go so partisan, except the Epstein thing, right? Because as we said before, this is religion. So on his base, this is something that they believe, right? That the conspiracies and the elite and the child pornography.
Well, wait a minute. This is not a conspiracy. This is on the record. There are convictions.
You're right. Now, I'm not saying this is a conspiracy. I'm not saying that it's a conspiracy. I'm saying it played into what it does, though, is the Epstein thing plays into the idea that there's these elites and they do things like to Epstein Island and they run things like child pornography rings, right? So it's where this sort of rubs up against some of the conspiracy thoughts about the elite, right? So I mean, this is the Epstein thing, which I know is not a conspiracy, but it plays a mythological role for some of his base who are conspiracy theory laden and think that probably in the Epstein files there's a lot of stuff that maybe not in there. It's like sex files from Area 51 or whatever. I know, but obviously Trump is worried about something, right? And is attempting to obfuscate and do all these things and throw up all these distractions. And this is sort of one of the efforts to make it go away. And I don't, we'll see. I mean, I think this is not. I mean, I don't think her coming out and saying that Trump is fantastic is going to end the story yet, but we shall see.
Thank you, Scott. I'm going to let Marshall get his critical thinking form legs before I go to him because, he's coming in mid-stride, and go to Murad first and then back to Marshall. Murad. Murad, are you there? Okay, jump to Mojo.
Hey, Gary, it's Mojo. Thanks for having me up. I think that these Epstein files implicate so many people, from Bill Gates to Bill Clinton to 100 other people, and including women who may have been involved in philandering and abuse. So Thomas Massey, Ro Khan, and 6 other representatives have signed a co-sponsored bill to bring onto the floor before Speaker Johnson by mid-September, and September 3rd or mid-September, they're planning on bringing 9 victims of Epstein to the steps of Congress, where they're going to interview them and let them give their stories. So justice is coming, though it is slow. And I agree, it is for the victims, and hopefully the perpetrators will face justice. However, I just view a lot of this as Trump derangement syndrome. I know there's a lot of photos of Trump with Epstein and Ghislaine, but I think a lot of people don't realize that Epstein got everybody. So for anybody, to project all of this onto Trump is absurdity, because there's hundreds of people involved in this. So in my opinion, anybody who is, all Donald Trump all the time, you have to realize there's a lot of other criminals involved in this that may supersede Trump. Trump may not have been involved in any of this sexual abuse. And hopefully Pam Bondi, who I think might be a little slow, in terms of bringing justice and her operations, I think nonetheless with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino bringing down Bolton today, I think a lot of deep state actors and a lot of billionaires who are funding the super PAC to defeat Thomas Massey are very worried about legal repercussions, and they are lawyering up. So this is Mojo. Thank you, Gary.
And Mojo, let me ask you this though: if this is Trump derangement syndrome, right? If this is this, I mean, what? But why is Trump? If he's not implicated, and so many people are implicated, people that he doesn't like, people like Bill Clinton, people like Bill Gates, if all these people, these elites that his base doesn't like, that he doesn't like, are implicated, why isn't he leading the charge to release the damn shit? Why is he being so cagey? Why isn't he just forthright? Why doesn't he just end the story tomorrow and say, I'll go on Fox News Sandy, I'll come on and I'll read the files myself, okay? Why is he being so cagey?
Mojo, I'll say it again, because it's not just Trump. There's hundreds of people, and these are national security files.
So he's protecting these elites, you're saying?
He's protecting the U.S. government, and he's protecting contributors to his campaign. There are people that contributed to his campaign because they want these files never released. So that's why he's not releasing the files. And it's not up to him. It's up to the Department of Justice and his trust and faith in Pam Bondi. And today she did take action. They are preempting what Thomas Massey and Ro Khan are putting before Congress and Speaker Johnson. They're getting ahead of.
Wait a minute, are you suggesting that the Justice Department is acting independently of the White House in releasing these Maxwell transcripts and audio file?
I think they are coordinating this to get ahead of it, because they know that Thomas Massey is putting forth a co-sponsored bill to Speaker Mike Johnson and forcing a vote on the release of the Epstein files. So they are going to redact and claim it's national security and prevent the September co-sponsored bill from taking place.
Except those files, unless you're talking about other files, I don't know what was delivered, were delivered to the House Oversight Committee today, and the Oversight Committee said that they will be released but redacted to protect the victims anyway. So what is there to get ahead of?
I just told you Thomas Massey is putting forth a co-sponsored bill.
Right. I heard you say that. How is that bill? How does that differ from what the Oversight Committee has already stated that they will do? In other words, why is that bill even necessary? Perhaps that bill is just grandstanding.
Well, what I'm saying that what the Department of Justice did today preempts the September bill. So they're trying to get ahead of this by redacting it and saying, what are you putting a co-sponsored bill for before the floor? We've already released the files. So that's what they're doing. They're essentially preparing the cup.
So you know what? I would say that if you were a Democrat, I would accuse you of Trump derangement syndrome for the comments that you just made.
I'm trying to accurately describe the situation as I best observe it here.
I know, but you were the one who admonished people not to put all the blame on this on Trump, and then you pretty much put all the blame on this on Trump. And I don't think anybody has suggested, and I have said quite the opposite several times today, many times in the past, but since it was lost on you, maybe you weren't in the room at the time, I have said that in this forum, I have been steadfastly adhering to my role as a moderator to not allow anybody to allege that Donald Trump has done anything illegal in spite of his past close personal relationship with Epstein, and then you defended against that accusation that was not made. That was not made, at least not on this stage, maybe elsewhere.
Well, I'm
but
pretty
not
sure
here.
I heard Meryl attack Donald Trump as being a pedophile.
No, he did. She did not. She did not. She attacked Trump, but those words never came out of her mouth. And if they did, she would have been subject to a potential slander allegation. And she is in the law profession and knows better than that.
Well, the forum is recorded, so you'll have to go back to watch the live.
I don't have to go back to it, and if the room is being recorded, it's being recorded against the rules of Clubhouse.
Gary, just a heads up, he's a total troll. This is like his 27th account. He goes around, he literally has 27 phones that he records. His name is John Kitover.
Oh, is this another John? Is this another John?
Yes, this is John Kitover.
Okay.
Total troll.
Candidate for Congress 2025, John Kitover.
Oh boy, here we go again with John. Okay, thank you very much. And don't misrepresent what I said, other people have said, and what Meryl said. That was you know what? That was a complete, maybe I'll give you a vote. Because, to tell you the truth, with all the lies that are coming out.
He's not here anymore.
Yeah, he probably is. He may not be here.
Maybe he's on an alt account.
Of course, he's good. Have you ever seen photographs of his cell phone farm? He's got more cell phones than Verizon. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. He publishes pictures of his basement or his living room, some room was taken over, and he's got dozens of phones there, all recorded Clubhouse. He's still here. And you know what? Given the fact that he misrepresented someone, he's actually perfect for becoming a member of Congress who goes on cable TV and misrepresents the facts and misrepresents what people say, because I fact check. It's not just the bloviators on cable TV. It's the guests, and the guests are often elected officials. And I hear what they say, and they lie all the time. They misrepresent what other people say and do. And Kitover just misrepresented directly what we all heard with our own ears that someone said in the room. So he's perfect. So vote for him. Vote for him. Move into his district and vote for him, because he'll fit right in that club. Kevin. And by the way, we are, oh, wait a minute, Kevin, hold on. I apologize. First of all, I want to announce it's 6:01 Eastern Time, which means we're going into extra time. Everybody on the stage obviously will get an opportunity to speak. But folks who are waiting in queue, we will not bring you up to the stage, not this week, but click on the link above and join in the chat that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Facebook Messenger. Marshall, I see your phone icon popped up. Does that mean you're no longer with us, or are you here? Okay, I don't want anybody to misrepresent what I just said. When I said he's no longer with us, I'm not saying that he is dead. Kevin.
Hi. I was hoping to get some of your journalistic expertise. Often when I look into these things, when there's been, when these issues have been through the courts, I like to go to the courthouse House website and go to the public documents, and I was looking through Giselline, whatever her Maxwell, the court records from her in the Southern District of New York.
The G is a G. Galeen.
Galeen. All right, thanks. I was looking. It looks like you have the chat turned off for this. I was going to put the link to.
You can put the link up on the chat above in the Facebook Messenger. Go ahead and put it there.
Okay, so it turns out this was the link that I'm putting in is for an appeal. So she's already appealed and gained nothing. So I don't know how she got this, sweetheart deal recently. So it's not the original case, it's an appeal that this is. And I was just trying to I found other court documents a lot easier, and the New York Southern District Court is not so friendly. But what I'm curious about is looking at the court documents and what was supplied and submitted for evidence that was sufficient to convict her, if that is in contradiction to anything that's being released now.
Well, I think what was released today was her denying any existence of any evidence that anybody else did anything nefarious. And there's a great summary that I saw at the NBC News website that just is kind of like the bullet points of what she said. And I'm sure others have done that as well. And I'm sure as they cull through it, there'll be more that's posted. I would recommend going there to get that kind of an answer.
Cool.
Okay, I think the president is, well, I guess he isn't right now. He's not live. I apologize. I was going to say he's responding to all this, but apparently right at this moment he's not. So anyway, I'm sure when we break up this gathering, there'll be something there from the White House. One thing this president is really good at is communicating his thoughts to the public. He loves talking to the reporters who he claims to hate.
There's a good interview of Penn Jillette from Penn and Teller. He was on The Apprentice, and he was friendly with Donald Trump. And he said when they would do the filming of the boardroom aspect of that show, there was no boardroom. It was a TV set that everybody was really forced to refer to as the boardroom and not the set. And Penn Jillette's an entertainment, and he kept calling it the set and getting in trouble. But he said they would film for 12 hours, and Donald Trump has an uncanny energy of just talking. And he said that you would have to sit there during the tapings, and 12 hours of taping would get them like 4 minutes that would be in the show. And 12 and a half hours of it would be incoherent.
I have to say that rings true based on what we are seeing publicly with the president.
Yeah.
If you listen to how he answers questions, and it sounds like it's coherent when he's speaking. It's a train of thought that's going on, and you can't pin him down because whenever he's thinking at that moment as a possible response to the issue that you have raised, he's like thinking it out all loud. And he'll use terms like, well, but we'll see. And so, but then since he's the president of the United States, traditionally when the president makes a pronouncement such as that, he's sending some kind of a signal, sometimes to adversaries like Mr. Putin, for example. But it doesn't mean that that's really where he lands on an issue at that moment. It just means stuff's coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, there's another bit of journalism that's come out recently that I need to go back and fact check, but it's about a modeling agent in France that was repelled from France. He wasn't able to work anymore because he had sexual inappropriate charges in France, and he wasn't able to practice anymore. So he came here and he was working for Jeffrey Epstein. And one of the talent that he was managing working under Jeffrey Epstein was Melania Trump. And he's the one that introduced Melania to, and Melania was basically a indentured servant under this guy and released into Trump's matrimony.
I don't know how accurate that is. I've heard similar stuff out there, but I would encourage people to research that and determine for themselves the veracity of that information. Thank you, Kevin. Marshall.
I have no idea if they're hiding anything, but it's interesting they got the stuff released. Hopefully they'll release more. I'm not, believe it or not, this issue is not an issue that is of primary interest to me, weirdly enough. Its ability to compromise politicians is interesting, but Jeffrey Epstein in and of himself is not very interesting to me. So I don't, other than I hope we find the truth, I really don't have much of an opinion. I want the truth, whatever the truth actually is.
Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Murad. Are you back with us, Murad? He left the stage. He came back. There you go, buddy.
Good evening, Gary. Good evening, Mary, Marshall, Scott. Gary, it was 2 hours ago that for the first time I heard the name of Maxwell. I was so tired I didn't study about it. But I have a short suggestion as a title for Monday, because we are in expose of second war between Iran and Israel, and it affects all the world. That's a suggestion, if you can, for Monday topic about Iran, the war between Iran and Israel. Thank you very much, Gary. I'm in the audience.
Thank you, David. David, here you go.
Yeah, hi, Gary. I got on stage a little late, but I think there's an absolute attempt, obviously, to shield and hide what might be in these transcripts. Anytime you take time to release something as volatile as this, and look, Biden had a chance to potentially lamp Trump when he was in power, when he was in office. He had all the levers of the intelligence apparatuses, and nothing happened then. Either there's stuff that links not just Trump, as been alluded to in the stage here, but other powerful individuals. Recall it was this potential arrangement or friendship that Bill Gates had with Epstein that led to the divorce of his wife of many years, Melinda Gates. Maybe her female antennae or spidey sense indicated that there was something wrong with that relationship to where she couldn't stand it, and it's costing billions of dollars in a divorce. So you don't take down these people very easily, Gary, without there being a lot of collateral damage. And of course, Trump still has to govern, and he has to make decisions, and he has to control the military. And we got the Ukraine, and we got Israel. We have all these very, very hot, international issues that are coming down on, raining down on the whole world, and yet, we want to kick tires with regard to this relationship with a man who's been dead for 5-6 years. But I think the proof's in the pudding. The relocation of Ghislaine to that, as Scott called, the country club, says it all. I mean, look, this woman knew everything. She can pin things on people. And, were it not for the pardoning ability of Trump, whether or not that'll happen remains to be seen. But I think ultimately, Gary, this would not vote, even if Trump is named in there. Can you imagine the scandal? Can you imagine, what would happen? How would we arrest this guy? How would we bring up charges against him? I mean, he's marshaling the military to oversee Washington, D.C. as we speak. So who's gonna come after him? Who's gonna make the call? So that's embarrassing him, other than maybe not, killing the Republican Party for years to come, killing the potential candidates that are siding with Trump right now, which is Vance, Rubio, and the like. It's a dead on arrival, in my opinion. I don't think it goes anywhere. So I agree with the one caller who mentioned the co-sponsored bill by Ro Khanna and Massey coming back into session. I think they're going to try to, force their hand there. And of course, Mike Johnson's got to eventually face that down. So, what will be, other than, maybe Trump cuts a big bill to fight trafficking? How are we going to address what did took place for many decades under Epstein, and the amount of young female minds and lives that were just upended? And how do we stop more of that going forward, so that we can focus on these victims and not necessarily the personalities that may have had a hand in all that? So if Trump falls, everybody else falls. And I don't think those other folks want to fall in tandem with Trump, and therefore nothing's going to get found out. Malin.
Hey, Jane. A previous caller made some serious accusations about the relationship between Melania and Trump and how they met. She said that she was indentured servitude and all that kind of nonsense. And the reason I say nonsense is because while paying very close attention to what people were saying on stage, I was multitasking. And I could tell you that my sources are Vanity Fair, Politico.
Hey, Jane, how are you doing? I'd like to read some poetry to you and Death Hippie.
And all of them are in agreement that Melania Trump was introduced.
Okay, I'm just going to end Gary's room then.
Hello, Jane.
Yeah, Jane. You're both great friends of mine. Death Hippie and I have been texting for how long now, Death? A year?
I have no idea. Maybe. Yeah, possibly. He's an encouragement.
Yeah, Death Hippie is struggling to get her ship and her rockets launched. Am I correct, Death?
Yes.
Well, I hope this poem reading helps launch your rocket and organize your organizing. What do you want to hear? Do you want to hear Rumi? Do you want to hear Lao Tzu? Do you want to hear maxims and aphorisms? What sounds good to you?
Rumi. I'll go with what Jane wants.
Rumi, is it?
Thanks, Steph.
No worries.
Okay. These are the quatrains. So part of this is a relaxation, meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. When I am with you, we stay up all night. When you're not here, I can't go to sleep. Praise God for these two insomnias and the difference between them. When I die, lay out the corpse. You may want to kiss my lips, just beginning to decay. Don't be frightened if I open my eyes. This bleeding eventually stops. The wolf appears. We run off in different directions, with always some thought of how lucky we are. But nothing floats for long. Death floods in the mouth and the ear. Every head goes under and away. For years, copying other people, I tried to know myself. From within, couldn't decide what to do. Unable to see, I heard my name being called. Then I walked outside. Today, like every other day, we wake up empty and frightened. Don't open the door to the study and begin reading. Take down a musical instrument. Let the beauty we love be what we do. There are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. You must always ask for what you really want. Don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the door sill, where the two worlds touch. The door is round and open. Don't go back to sleep. Take someone who doesn't keep score, who's not looking to be richer or afraid of losing, who has not the slightest interest even in his own personality. He's free. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make any sense. I would love to kiss you. The price of kissing is your life. Now my loving is running toward my life, shouting, "What a bargain! Let's buy it." We have this way of talking, and we have another. Apart from what we wish and what we fear may happen, we are alive with other life, as clear stones take form in the mountain. Someone who goes with half a loaf of bread to a small place that fits like a nest around him. Someone who wants no more, who's not himself longed for by anyone else. He is a letter to everyone. You open it. It says, "Live." Who sees inside from outside? Who finds hundreds of mysteries, even where minds are deranged? See through his eyes what he sees. Who then is looking out from his eyes? The clear bread at the center changes everything. There are no edges to my loving now. I've heard it said there's a window that opens from one mind to another. But if there's no wall, there's no need for fitting the window or the latch. We take long trips. We puzzle over the meaning of a painting or a book, when what we're wanting to see and understand in this world, we are that. Welcome, Scott. We're reading Rumi. Does sunset sometimes look like the sun's coming up? Do you know what a faithful lover's like? You're crying. You say you've burned yourself, but can you think of anyone who's not hazy with smoke? Daylight, full of small dancing particles and one great turning, our souls are dancing with you. Without feet they dance. Can you see them when I whisper in your ear? They try to say what you are, spiritual or sexual. They wonder about Solomon and all his wives. In the body of the world, they say, there is a soul, and you are that. But we have ways within each other that will never be said by anyone. The human shape is a ghost, made of distraction and pain, sometimes pure light, sometimes cruel, trying wildly to open this image tightly held within self. Stay in the company of lovers, those other kinds of people that each want to show you something. A crow will lead you to an empty barn, parrot to sugar. There is a light seed grain inside. You fill it with yourself, or it dies. I'm caught in this curling energy. Your hair, whoever's calm and sensible, is insane. Don't think of good advice for me. I've tasted the worst that can happen. So they lock me somewhere, bound and gagged. They can't tie up this new love I have. You don't have bad days and good days. You don't sometimes feel brilliant, sometimes dumb. There's no studying, no scholarly thinking having to do with love. But there is a great deal of plotting and secret touching, and nights you can't remember it all. The Sufi opens his hands to the universe, gives away each instant free. Unlike someone who begs on the street for money to survive, a dervish begs to give you his life. There's a strange frenzy in my head, birds flying, each particle circulating on its own. Is the one I love everywhere? They say that paradise will be perfect, with lots of clear white wine and all the beautiful women. We hold on to times like this then, since this is how it's going to be. Come to the orchard in spring. There is light and wine, sweethearts and the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter. Poles apart. I'm the color of dying. You're the color of being born. Unless we breathe in each other, there can be no garden. So that's why plants grow and laugh at our eyes, which focus on distance. Think that you're gliding out from the face of a cliff like an eagle. Think you're walking like a tiger walks by himself in the forest. You're most handsome when you're after food. Spend less time with nightingales and peacocks. One is just a voice, the other just a color. For a while we lived with people, but we saw no sign in them of the faithfulness we wanted. It's better to hide completely within, as water hides in metal, as fire hides in a rock. The mystery does not get clearer by repeating the question, nor is it brought with going to amazing places. Until you've kept your eyes and you're wanting still for 50 years, you don't begin to cross over from confusion. Welcome, Howard. We're reading Rumi quatrains. The minute I'm disappointed, I feel encouraged. When I'm ruined, I'm healed. When I'm quiet and solid as the ground, then I talk the low tones of thunder for everyone. I drink stream water and the air becomes clearer, and everything I do. I become a water wheel, turning and tasting you as long as water moves. In pain, I breathe easier. The scared child is running from the house, screaming. I hear the gentleness. Under 9 layers of illusion, whatever the light, on the face of any object, in the ground itself, I see your face. Today I am out wandering, turning my skull into a cup for others to drink wine from. In this town somewhere there sits a calm, intelligent man who doesn't know what he's about to do. I asked for 1 kiss, you gave me 6. Who was teacher is now student. Things good and generous take form in me, and the air is clear. I am insane, but they keep calling to me. No one here knows me, but no one chases me off. My job is to stay awake like the night watchman. When they're drunk enough, and it's late enough, they recognize me. They say, "There's daylight." During the day I was singing with you. At night we slept in the same bed. I wasn't conscious day or night. I thought I knew who I was, but I was you. Drinking wine with you, getting warmer and warmer. I think why not trade in this overcoat made of leaves and dirt? Then I look out the window. For what? Both worlds are here. Since we've seen each other, a game goes on. Secretly I move, and you respond. You are winning. You think it's funny. But look up from the board now. Look how I've brought in furniture to this invisible place, so we can live here. The minute I heard my first love story, I started looking for you, not knowing how blind that was. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along. If you have any patience left, we know what to do. If you love sleep, we'll tear you away. If you change into a mountain, we'll melt you. If you become an ocean, we'll drain you. You say you have no sexual longing anymore. You're one with the one you love. This is dangerous. Don't believe that I have a love like that. If one day you see a picture of how you think, you'll hate yourself openly. I'm not talking out loud. I'm talking to the ears of your spirit. Remember what I've said. Tomorrow I'll say openly what I'm saying tonight. We've given up making a living. It's all this crazy love poetry now. It's everywhere. Our eyes and our feelings focus together with our words. We have a huge barrel of wine, but no cups. That's fine with us. Every morning we glow. In the evening, we glow again. They say there's no future for us. They're right, which is fine with us. Do you think I know what I'm doing? That for one breath, a half breath, I belong to myself? As much as a pen knows what it's writing, but the ball can guess what it's going next. Do not sit long with a sad friend. When you go to a garden, do you look at thorns and flowers? Spend more time with roses and jasmine. Inside the great mystery, that is. We don't really own anything. What is this competition we feel then, before we go one at a time through the same gate? We are the mirror as well as the face in it. We are tasting the taste this minute of eternity. We are pain and what cures pain. We are the sweet, cold water and the jar that pours. At night we fall into each other with such grace. When it's light, you throw me back like you do your hair. Your eyes now drunk with God, mine with looking at you. One drunkard takes care of another. We are walking through a garden. Turn away for a minute. You're doing it again. You have my face here, but you look at flowers. Okay, that's poem by Rumi. That's how I'm reading. Helps launch your rocket. I'm just asking a question, gang. I ain't trying to trip with you, bro. I'm saying is, like, all right, somebody do you feel like gangbanging in 2025, right? It's the same on how it was in this essential. You feel like this shit has gone too far beyond this shit you got. This gangbang shit. We need all this fucking that's what I mean. But she's respected the industry. And she doesn't do very many with it. And he's like, oh, she's dry as fuck. She's so fun. Oh, really? Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Well, that's times for sure. I'm wondering if I'm in there with this thing. Someone else maybe was creative. Talk about to agriculture. Yeah, that's definitely right about trademark. That sounds like yeah. So you feel like, I think everybody is on Jennifer Connelly. Jennifer Connelly. So she's been around forever. She's super esteemed in the industry. She's known as like one of the most beautiful one of the most decades now. Because it was like, you know, she's like a
house and your mama house, right? And there ain't gonna be no black community in Chicago no more.
Well, there ain't no black community. I think the problem is we're approaching this thing backwards, man. Man, these organizations are a symptom of something else. These organizations.
But we ain't got time for that, though. That's what I'm saying. We know the symptoms, bro. Y'all been saying the same stuff since we was kids, bro. We know all this. We get the COINTEL.
Why we let the jailhouse so much, bro?
No, man, no. What I'm saying to you is gangs exist because the community is not a community. Gangs exist because there's a vacuum. There's nothing else for kids to join, bro. There's nothing else. There's nobody that's teaching them what they need to do. Nobody's taking them by the hand and showing them how to make money. Showing them how to do these politics, bro. We're dealing with a system.
Man, I'm nigga.
Excuse me, let me ask you a question. Space, are you there?
Yeah, peace, bro.
Yeah, peace. So, when, like, let's say, like, in the 80s and 90s when Larry Hoover was out with BDs and GDs killing each other?
I mean, you always had people who had their differences in the streets, yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, I know what you want me to say, but I'm not gonna, you know.
I'm not gonna force you to say that, but because I've heard dudes, young guys,
like what the fuck?
Exactly, they all disciples, like they all under the six. Exactly, it was Black Gangster Disciple Nation. They're all under the six. They all folks. Let's be real. They're all under the folks nation. They were not killing each other.
You know what you was talking about? At one point, all like the B's and G's.
Oh yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying was the G's and BD's beefing back in the days, but yeah.
I said, where was they killing each other?
Niggas was one.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, there was one, and because we all know the whole, David Barksdale, Larry Hoover, they came together, right? After that point, listen, it wasn't like that, man. These were just like kind of two denominations, all under, the folks nation or whatever, right? I've heard young guys say, listen, if they free Larry Hoover, he can't do anything on the streets. Yes, they're saying this, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then I just want to know what particular neighborhood are old heads preventing violence and shootings and stuff from happening in Chicago? I want to know the specific ones where that's actually happening. That's the space, man. No, that's to the man that made the assertion.
Hey, West Side, East Side, Chatham neighborhood.
Bro.
What? I mean, all yeah, but see, look, I'm experiencing because I'm black. I can't tell you what they doing in the white community. So I can't tell you what they doing in the white community, but I can tell you that is a lot of individuals, you know what I'm saying, who are in the streets trying to make a change, bring in brothers and sisters together. You can look it up on YouTube. It's called the Unity Movement. I'm not talking about J-Main pushing peace stuff. I'm talking about real brothers, real sisters out here in the streets, really connecting with the young brothers and sisters and having them to put down, the things they doing that's negative in the community and pick up something that's positive to uplift the community. And this is the actual fact. This is going on from Halloween to the Hunnies, to the east side, to the north side. No, I agree with you. Brothers in the Greens, but they call Young Lords. Young Lords.
No, Spaceman, no, I feel you. Listen, I don't know if you know Pastor Corey Brooks. I'm a project, man. We got violence intervention. Like, this guy is right, his church is right by Old Block, bro. I know. Right? So it's a lot of people that are actually trying to, nonprofits, people, just even individuals on their own trying to counter the scourge of violence, right? But no, I think, and Luke, correct me if I'm wrong, but what he's saying is old heads from the gangs, are they the ones controlling these guys?
Let me ask you this: have you ever heard of you say Corey Brooks, the James Highsmith? He's one of the people who directly connected to Project Cool.
Every room I go in, he's there. And I'm like, oh God, I'm calling the police. So I call them
from the first step back in the streets, making a change for the better.
The main reason is, I think it is him, is because I've been in a one-on-one room with Tom and called him on it, and he won't admit it, he won't deny it. I won't admit it tonight either, and there's just a denial on both ends that tells me that it's him, not to mention the voices to sound like.
Old heads are still claiming it. Are the young guys listening to them? Are they stopping violence? We're not talking about the former ones, because you're right. The people that, did some fucked up shit and got caught up, paid their society, came back. But they're also just about their membership against gangs.
Listen, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. These young niggas, listen. If these niggas that's knocking shit down ain't pulling up to this shit and trying to do a peace treaty, can't no older nigga that was the reason why these niggas are in the position that they in have no say so, no street shit, bro. You niggas be living off the past, bro. Them niggas, listen, it's the shooters. If the killers is not pulling up, I remember niggas try to do a peace treaty. I got family members and shit from Compton and Washington shit. I know some niggas that's known for doing shit, right? Like, I'm doing peace treaty with my baby mama. Nigga, I ain't doing no peace treaty with niggas. If the killers is not pulling up, right? If the niggas that's knocking shit down, not pulling up and say, all right, cool. Nigga, I don't give a fuck how many old heads come sit down with each other, man. Niggas ain't listening to y'all niggas, bro. I agree. I totally agree on that. So that's why you have the younger brothers too that interact with the older brothers, and they all come together. You gotta remember that most of these neighborhoods is family orientated. They cousins, they big uncles, they grandma. Everybody know each other. Everybody grew up with each other. Lil Pookie, Lil Pookie daddy. Y'all went to high school together. Everybody know each other. So at the end of the day, the older brothers can bring the younger guys together and show them that it's okay to talk to the so-called ops, and we can come to an understanding and move forward in our community, because everybody at the end of the day tired of ducking. Everybody at the end of the day tired of going to funerals. Everybody at the end of the day just want to live a life and get money and fuck females and motherfucking be motherfucking happy and do what they do without worrying about getting smoked.
Okay, but Spaceman is, if you're like well versed on what's going on, you could literally go on YouTube and you could literally see vlogs of niggas in Chicago doing gang shit every day. Like, it's literally channels dedicated to shit. So all that stuff you were talking about, I'm not taking away from it. It does happen. They do have older heads that do talk to the youth. We see it all the time. There's one guy that comes to Luke's room. I forgot his name. What's his name? Mr. Greg.
He's
involved in those type of shit. We're not taking away from that. But what we're saying is that stuff is not effective. Like you said, there's people, a lot of these neighborhoods, a lot of these people grow up with each other. But over time, they tend to beat with each other because somebody disrespected somebody. Somebody must have fucked somebody else, bitch. Somebody killed somebody else, homie. Then all that, they don't give a fuck about no organization. They care about the loved ones that they lost.
Bro, we understand everything. Look, bro. This is what I be saying. I agree on what you saying. Everybody got people that didn't, got killed on both sides of the fence. Everybody got loved ones, who didn't die. But we have to come to a point where, when do we stop? When do we stop the cycle? And that's why I say both sides of the fence feel that. Everybody feel that. Like, damn, well, I done went to 5 funerals in 1 year. Everybody saying the same shit. Fam just got smoked. Motherfucker just got shot. This shit is everyday shit. Everybody can agree, like, damn, when can this shit stop? They just don't know how to make it stop. So that's why you have the older brothers who are the mediators, who everybody feel comfortable with, to bring everybody together. And like Pro said, you can't bring something together without the hitters. So you got to get the hitters. And most of these brothers, you know what I'm saying, most of the bros who come to these things, they definitely recognized in the community at the end of the day. And a lot of violence have been prevented. And I did that personally in my own neighborhood. Straight up. So that's what I'm saying. It can happen. It's happening now. It might not be to the magnitude that the whole world is seeing, but I promise you, on every side of Chicago and every neighborhood that you can name, is some brothers who trying to stop the violence at the end of the day.
It's like you're not lying, but I think when you're not lying, but I think we're talking past each other, bro. Like, listen. We know it's people that are doing it. It's organizations doing it. It's churches doing it. It's individuals doing it. It's just people that are formerly incarcerated doing it. What we're saying is it old heads. Are there old heads that still claim and rep their game that these young guys listen to? Because listen, I've seen old men say, listen, man, we don't even know what's going on in the street these days. These guys are on their own thing. These gangs are so decentralized that it's not even one young head that can even control all of them. This stuff is like block by block these days, bro. It's very decentralized. I mean, back in the 80s, you got Jeff Ford, you got Larry Hoover, you got Mickey Caldwell, right? Like, maybe 3-4 people can actually, 3 or 4 handful of black people could create peace indefinitely, maybe like 30 years ago. That's what we're talking about. Are there old heads still claiming they that people will listen? Oh,
yes, I just don't want to. Look, it's not my right.
So why did I stop you?
It's not my right. No, I'm finna tell you, it's not my right to say their name on here. You know, on this public platform, that they doing everything publicly. You know, that they do what they do, but it's not for me to say.
Hey, tell them it ain't working.
Yeah,
it ain't working.
Well, hey, can I give y'all something? Can y'all give y'all something? Y'all know who I am, right? Anybody know who I am?
Yeah, they were just talking.
No, I don't. Bro.
Who are you? Somebody got a phone call.
What are you, a gangster or something, Luke?
Super
He could be, but respect. But who is it?
I'm sorry. I just want to ask. Let me just ask you that. You all know who I am? Y'all know who I am? In Chicago?
No, I don't know who you are, bro.
Okay, let me tell you who I am. I'm the director of community safety and relations. I'm also in the FOI. I ran the Urban League's Mayor Responsibility Program. I was part of the 21st century. I'm associated with every group of interrupters, from TO to all of the newcomers. I grew up in the Robert Taylor Homes on 48th and State. Okay? You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
The Robert Taylor Homes. Okay. So, right. So I'm 67. And so what I'm telling you all is this. You all are making sense. And what I've heard thus far is true. What I've heard thus far is true. But what I want to lay to you all is just a couple of things. Some of this shit is absolutely it's created chaos. Now, we just lost one of my safe passage workers who live on the west side. Her daughter just got killed yesterday, and the children attend one of the schools on the west side. I'm dealing with that with crisis and some other people, et cetera, et cetera. I deal with this every day, and even as an FOI, the shit is out of control. But it's unfortunate that it's running its course. And is there any voices out here, any individuals out here that have that kind of street credibility? Gator don't have none of them cats. And when Jerome, got killed or died, no, listen to me. They don't have that influence to go and talk to these little bitty boys in these schools, in these neighborhoods. They don't have it. That's over. If you don't have that divine connection to them and you're able to penetrate and be consistent, just having a press conference
is a joke. It's a joke. So if you ain't willing to put your life on the line, if you ain't willing to become part of their life, you can talk all day. But to change the reality where they are right now, it takes some serious hard and work. That's just real, brothers.
Yeah.
So when you're on the battlefield, I'm on the battlefield every day. Every situation that happens, I just happen to see Lou Room because we cousins. We from Greenville, Mississippi, and I love him. But I got to roll right now because I got something else to do. But I'm gonna step back in a few as you all continue to talk because I want to rap with a couple of y'all on some of the things that we could do. Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah, I think.
Before y'all get into it, bro, I just want to say this real quick, gang.
What up?
Listen, bro.
What you think?
Nah, I appreciate that, gang. Listen, and I don't want to sound like I'm being repetitive, bro. But like, as the room go on, we done seen. I'm born in '86. I done seen it all, Lou. I done seen all kind of gang preventions go on. I done seen some of the OGs who just came from the feds that had a name back in the day. Man, them young niggas don't care. If you ain't got no bag for these niggas do not want to talk. So the only thing I think that's left to try is to try to over-enforce some shit on the gangs. I'm not saying nothing about civilians. I'm talking about to get these gangs to get in line. Let's see if the military can get. Maybe if the military come out there with some long ass guns, some AK-47s and shit like they carrying around, maybe they'll chill the fuck out. Maybe they won't go slide on the fucking op today because them fucking army fatigue niggas out there ready to lay your ass down. Maybe you're gonna get them a little bit more authority than the police to get rid of you niggas, so you niggas can sit the fuck down. And maybe y'all will go sit at the fucking table and say, okay, how can we work this out? How can we sit at the table so we don't keep getting killed by the army or keep getting harassed? We can't make no money in the hood. Look, maybe you gotta look. Gangs don't respect shit but violence. So maybe the army can lay down, or maybe the National Guard can lay down the violence enough to scare these niggas into being right in the community. And if they don't want to get right, ship their ass to Panama Bay or whatever they call that shit. Ship their ass to Alligator Bay or whatever they call it. We don't need you anyway. If you can't be corralled by the fucking army or the National Guard, you's a fucking heathen. Get them the fuck out of here. That's all I'm saying.
All right, put a 1 in the chat. Y'all agree, man. Put a 2 in the chat. Y'all disagree.
Yeah, we also have to breed our way out of this shit. Like responsible men, we have to step up and breed ourselves out of this shit. Like real morals about.
I agree. But look, a lot of these niggas think that they personal issues with another man, because a lot of this shit don't be about no money. A lot of this shit just be personal and just a stupid cycle. A lot of them niggas think that issue with they quote unquote op is bigger than the whole black community in the community that they harming. Like they think that shit bigger than a child getting shot. Like I seen some shit where niggas was shooting up a funeral. Niggas' grown was there, kids was there. Niggas.
No, how do you breed yourself out of target? How do you breed yourself? I just didn't understand what he was saying. How do you breed yourself out?
No, I know what I meant. Hold on, let me answer.
You gonna answer?
I can answer. Go ahead. Ask the question. I can.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Is he talking about black people breeding ourselves out of existence?
No.
Or are you breeding yourself out of a problem? Calm down.
No, it's not that complicated.
It's like getting with other races.
No. I'm just saying that black.
Trump said, wait till Vance gets in there. All hell's gonna break.
Well, here's the question: is how you're gonna have a Democrat that's gonna run that's gonna say, "I'm here to build the government back up to where it was before. I'm here to spend more of your money. I'm here to get all these NGOs and all this stuff, all these expenses that we had before. I'm here to spend your money maliciously. I'm here to open these borders. I'm here to make sure that these Democrat-run cities are dangerous like they were before." How do you run to the opposite of Donald Trump
and I'm being serious. It's like, this is a counter-revolution. This is Trump's counter-revolution. How do you put all this stuff back? How do you run on a platform of putting this all back together, and it's actually a winning platform?
Oh, I'm feeling dick up Trump's ass vibes in here. I just have to settle down, sit back for a minute. Because here's the deal. The reality is that Trump is trying to vastly expand the chief executive rights, ability to do everything, okay? And all of these little toll gates that are getting pushed through by him, all these fences are getting pushed over by him, are going to be easily usable from the other direction at the same time. Anything that the Republicans do to try to buck the norm is just going to be taken advantage of by the other side when they get the opportunity. It just goes back and forth. I mean, you're old enough to know that, man. It goes back and forth every 4 or 8 years. So, right. So when you're saying how are we going to undo all these things, because they'll have and it'll be easier to do. It'll all be executive actions like he's doing. But they just ignore Congress. And the Democrats will do the same thing. Although Democrats are not that good at playing like non-establishment. So it might be hard because if they try to play by the rules, the establishment rules, then they're going to lose. They need to get dirty if they want to win, unfortunately. So he set a precedent for dirtiness, which I'm not a big fan of, but I guess he gets what he wants. So that's what it is.
Mental, welcome. Did you want to speak?
I would like to hear more actually. I just joined, so I'm not aware what they are talking about.
No problem. No problem.
It's ladies' night room, so let's talk about Trump's attractive cankles and how the ladies love them.
Does he have cankles? I never saw him.
Dude, they're talking about him because he's so swollen in the ankle area. He has some vascular issues going on. That's why his hand is always painted over because it's bruising. But his ankles are swollen as shit. They were talking about it the last minute.
Joe Bill is incapable of this. I'm hearing her saying anything negative about Trump that she can't. Like, I don't know how she missed the cankle.
But do her eyes see the cankles? If she look this one for them next time.
She can't. She don't know. She can't do it.
She won't see them.
She can't see them.
Or the horrible makeup on his hand where it's just painted on there, and it's like, oh, it's so obvious they're covering up like some serious vascular issues.
Some big veins sticking out his hand. She can't see that.
I could mention Biden dying of cancer if we're going to talk about like leaders who are sick.
Oh no, I think we can hold both sides equally responsible for trying to hide things. I'm not disavowing Biden at all. I mean, I'm not saying that Biden wasn't a cover-up. I'm saying there's a cover-up happening on both sides to an extent. So if we can admit that, then I'm good to go. But if we say that, I mean, Biden's well known, everybody admits it. But Trump is apparently repeating the same mistakes we made with Biden to some extent. How extensive? We don't know.
Medical issues are different than mental failings too.
Well, there's also indicators of mental failings, depending on who's looking into it.
I don't know where serendipity is. Kristen, do you know? She and MG and I were planning a room in the hallway. I wanted to go over the power of victimhood and a couple other videos and talk about the Karens, the Jezebels, the Bethanies on the app, the female stereotypes. But we might not make that happen.
You know, Scarlett, you can make it happen because you're doing it right now.
Right now was just like a pre-show. I wanted to get people together because I just thought, I don't want to take credit for the room. We were just discussing it this morning over coffee about room topics. We had a poll in this morning's coffee room, but I left before I could see the results. tomorrow we're going to be doing the father wound. And the fathers that are going to support our men tomorrow morning. I don't know, maybe around 8 or 9 Eastern. It'll be here in the month unless we decide to do it in a public room. But you'll see it.
I thought y'all were gonna do something like fun, like game night or something like entertainment-wise, not just more politics. And it's not really Republican. It's not really, shouldn't really be a Trump room either, you know? I thought it was going to be just more like goofy fun for Friday.
Well, this is happy hour. This is actually supposed to be the fun room. My
No, I don't want for a reason.
We could do the Esto game.
We could start with basic questions where everybody answers them, and then we'll just kind of break the ice. So the first question is pie or cake? Which one? And if it's pie, which is your favorite pie? We just go around the room, and then we can just start that.
So this is how you play the yes/no game. Do you guys think that Mike would choose cake? Thumbs up if you think Mike would choose cake. Thumbs down if you think he would vote for pie. Oh wait, where's my reacts? Yeah, how will it work? Thumbs down.
Look at Wallace.
All right. So then, Mike, which one is your favorite, pie or cake?
It's pie. It's definitely
Okay.
pie.
I said pie, so I don't have to take a drink of an alcoholic beverage. But all you losers that did thumbs up, bottoms up. Okay.
Oh yeah, I like that. We can do that. Just with basic questions. Let's do it. We'll go run through. Next one's for Joe B.
What? I was daydreaming. I like pie. I hate cake. I love cherry pie. It'll go crazy when you
Give a thumbs up if Joe B was daydreaming about cankles. Thumbs down.
I hate cankles.
I have to say my favorite pie is rhubarb pie, but not rhubarb strawberry, just straight up rhubarb, no strawberry.
Pie is
What's your favorite pie, Matt Cole?
I'm not Matt Cole.
Oh, you're not?
Pie. No, my favorite pie is your pie.
Oh, you're Matt Liberty. Oh, what's that? Sorry.
Your pie.
Here. Oh, never mind.
So ideally, you would get a question for each individual. So for
Right, take it
Joe
personally,
B,
yeah.
it would be, does Joe B think charter schools should be implemented for everyone or for people in high risk, low resource areas? Thumbs up if you think she would say she would want it implemented for everyone. Thumbs down if you think it should be, if she thinks it would be targeted and specific to help the most needy.
Wrong. All wrong. I hate charter schools. I hate.
Really? So what's your answer for what's your solution?
Private schools. Small home schools.
Oh, I think of charter schools as private schools, I guess. What's the difference?
Charter schools have their own board. They're like a little mini school corporation.
But they're usually like run by like religious type affiliates, right?
No, actually they're not.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what they were. I was wrong about them.
Mostly private schools do that.
So you want the money for the kids to go with the parents to make the decision then?
Absolutely.
Like 30,000?
100%.
Yeah, that would be nice.
You know, my problem with that is I have a son that goes to private school. The daughter that will soon will go to private school in a few years, but my problem is, let's just say.
Hold on, Matt. I do want you to share. I just wanted to, hold on. I think because Joby said the money should go with every kid, the people who said thumbs up should win, and the people who did thumbs down should drink. Go ahead. Matt, come on. You're in the middle of a game and you're going to do an anecdotal story.
So,
Like,
Bill,
hello?
let me build, please. So anyways, this thing costs $20,000 a year. Well, in Texas now, you can get a $10,000 voucher to be applied towards private school. Problem is that everybody's going to get it, but most importantly, I guarantee you the $20,000 a year private school my son goes to will be $30,000 a year within the next 3 years. Coming on you.
Yep.
That's why I don't want private. I don't like the vouchers because all it's going to do, anytime government gets involved, it increases the price of shit.
Government's only involved if you let them. It's a local corporation decision. Hey, go run for school board, Matt.
Well, Matt, I will say, at its core, though, what she's suggesting is that if each kid costs $30,000 anyway, the money's going to go to the parents instead of the local government to do the education for that kid. And so in theory, that is kind of doing what you want. It's getting it away from the government, even if they have to go back and spend it. So
I think that Cypher ISD is where I live. So Cypher costs like $40,000 a year to send the kid to school in Cypher. Well, I think you should be able to pay me that $40,000, where I can teach my kid at home, or I can take that $40,000 and take it to a private school of my choice.
Yeah, the problem is the government will start sending out like fucking bullshit requests to encourage us to buy elementary school student loans so they can make money off the elementary school kids for the whole fucking lives and get them started in debt even earlier than usual. So they'll take advantage of it either way. Because what will happen is you'll get $30,000 for each kid. The schools will double in price. Most people won't be able to pay that.
Public school stays public and it stays free quotes. No, I'm just saying, because like I say, it costs $40,000 a year to go to school in Cypher. If you take the expense of having the school district divided by how many kids, this comes up to about $40,000. Therefore, I should be able to take that $40,000 and I should be able to either spend that money not working and being at home, or just take that $40,000 and take it to a private school. Choose to say, well, I'll not get the $40,000 because it's going to the public school anyways. Should be a freedom of choice.
Yeah, I'd vote for that because the reason I'd vote for it is because I have two kids that just graduated high school and they're going into college now, and I saw their high school experience, and it was not nearly as good as mine was as far as education.
Horrible. It's horrible.
And so because they're doing a horrible job, I don't think they should be in charge of it. Yeah.
That's right. It's terrible. I graduated high school in '93. And the high school experience today, education-wise, compared to in the early '90s, late '80s, is catastrophically different. I have a 19-year-old that's now at tech school, but I never saw him bring one project home, never saw him type one paper at home, never saw him study at home. He was a BC student, but my point is he never brought anything up. Nothing science fair project.
Maybe that's what they should BC student.
You had to. I was a BC student. And
why wouldn't he bring his work home and do any studying at home?
Because guess what? No. Because guess what? The school district's philosophy is you don't assign work where they have to take it home. You do your hardest job you possibly can to get them to do the school work in school, because everybody has a fair opportunity. No one has equal access to what they have at home.
All right. Whoever shares an anecdotal story has to come up with the next person in question. Go, Matt.
Okay, but you have to start that rule after me because I want to go after Matt really fast.
Okay, so to wrap it up is that they don't assign homework at Cypher. Cypher's a huge school district here. That's a fact. They don't assign homework. Now, I did the same thing today now. I don't know. Fuck. Gotta call him.
So while he's on mute, let me say one thing, because I come from a kind of different angle of why I don't think why I think it's too easy. I have twins, and they both graduated with like 4.4 grade point average, and the other one had a 4.2 grade point average. And out of 600 kids in their graduating class, 280 of them had 4.0 and above. That means it's too fucking easy. And they'll justify by saying, well, they're in advanced courses, so they can earn more than 4.0. No, they should be in advanced courses. They shouldn't earn more for being in advanced courses. Advanced courses there because the other one's too easy for them. So if their hard is different than somebody else's hard, they shouldn't get more credit just for being in their hard slot. Just for being hard. So the reality is that the state of Georgia, if you get above a 3.6, you have free college, which is amazing. It's actually above 3.4, I think, which is amazing. It's covered by our lottery. So that's really helpful since I have twins and they're going to college at the same time. That's super helpful. But the reality is that there's so many kids that qualify for this thing, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. When it comes to like UGA, where everybody wants to go, it's impossible to get in. Their average acceptance rate required a 4.6 and a 1400 SAT for freshmen this year. So they've made University of Georgia into this like college for absolute elite grade students because it's free for everybody, for so many people, and everybody wants to go to UGA because that's the cool place to be. So it's kind of had weird consequences.
Okay, so Scarlett, go ahead. Why don't you repeat to Matt here the next step? And go ahead, Matt.
What was I don't want it to be from any false evidence per se, so I'm not going on you.
No, Scarlett asked you a question.
Oh, what was the question? I'm sorry.
2 minutes ago. She's going to repeat it to you. Go.
I will repeat the question, please.
Okay, I got one for Matt. No, for Hakima, because he's next in line. Hakima, the question is, would you rather have a beer with JB or Roger Mayhem? And so thumb up for JB and thumb down for Roger.
That's pretty good.
Wait, don't say anything yet, Hakeem, and let everybody get their vote in.
I don't drink beer.
That was part of the game, Joby, or
I didn't lay out the question. If it was a thing of Wentworth on the rocks, I'd play.
Alright, maybe we put it in the chat too, because I don't know if thumbs up, thumbs down is working like I had hoped it would. We used to have the individual reacts on our profiles. We'd have to do the sound. We'd have to do the sound emojis and pick different emojis for the different, like the sparkling stars for Mojo and the crickets for Jake.
Yeah,
Also, sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Oh, sorry, John. My responses aren't working either. None of them.
I was gonna say, if anybody also thinks or speculates that I'm Point and I'm a stupid person, well, you can go into another room right now and listen to Point talking, so it'll help further eliminate any additional speculation. And I'm not Point, alright, everybody? Big stupid. Oh, MG says Point is Otis. Really? That's Otis's account? Okay, so I guess it isn't a gay white man pretending to be black. Turns out it's a gay black.
No. Like, you have shared information that supports John's suspicions. There are rumors, though, that it is John. There are rumors that it's Otis. There is rumors that it's the character formerly known as Goat, who is now MAGA Miss. Yeah, so.
Damn, it's Goat, isn't it?
What?
Goat isn't a bad suggestion. I didn't put that together.
It's not Goat, though.
Yeah, I can't imagine Goat doing that.
Well, it's not John Kitover. John Kitover's in this room talking to you through Mojo right now. Jesus. You're a bunch of stupid dummies.
All right,
Can't figure this one out.
Tatiana, would you rather, my vote was that you'd rather have a beer with Mojo. Is that correct?
Yeah, I want to have a beer with JB, but Mojo, I think most people would pick Mojo on that. But yeah, I definitely, but it's Mojo. Even though I don't drink beer, but yeah.
Jeez, what's the deal with all you stupid dummies not drinking any beer?
We're high class.
Well, try a Miller High Life sometime. Put some orange juice in it, drink it on the rocks, put a little cinnamon on top. You're gonna love it. It's called a Mojo Lady Special.
You're losing your point.
I never had a point. I just came in here and I have a good time with you beautiful ladies, especially Scarlett. She's so beautiful. For so many years, I've been in love with this beautiful, strong, fierce lioness. God bless you, Scarlett. I love you.
All right, here's the next question.
Scarlett, what gives you such strength and grace? And how do you keep it all together in Congress?
I think this is funny.
Did Scarlett have more strength or grace? Yeah. So I'm up for strength.
It's really her dignity. She's got such wonderful dignity. Where did you get such powerful dignity from?
All right, so the question on the table is, what does Scarlett have more of? Rank, stubbornness, and stupidity? Thumbs up. Belief in humanity and gullibility? Thumbs down.
I think you've got a lot of belief in humanity and yourself, Scarlett. I'm not so sure about your rating system because I can't send you the emoji I want. I just want to send you more LOVE because you've got it, Scarlett. You're wonderful, and I love you.
Doopy.
Can I move them down?
Yes. Oh, it's funny. He laughed.
I didn't leave. I'm right here, Joby.
Oh, you blacked yourself out. You're being black now.
I'm just saying it for many years and.
Okay. So, what was the vote? I think it's more optimism and humanity and gullibility. So, drink if you think it's, I don't even remember the question, stubbornness or so well. Okay, Sid, this question is for Sid. Don't answer it, Sid, because people have to tell you what they think, yes or no, or whatever. So, Sid, is Sid's favorite weapon a Sig Sauer? Thumbs up for yes. Sparkles for yes, and crickets for no.
Why don't I have sparkles on my options? I don't have them.
You have to tap your profile. No.
Yeah.
You have to hold down on your profile. Damn it. Yeah, and then the soundboard will come up, and then the soundboard is, or you can do thumbs up and thumbs down, like it's not.
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
So, everybody voted? Sid, the mic is yours. All the people who said Sig Sauer was not your favorite gun of choice has to go. All the ones who said it was gets a free pass.
Answer is yes, Sig Sauer is my firearm choice.
Okay.
Whoever said no, I don't know if I should be mad at you or feel bad for you. Shit. That's really good. What's going on?
You are white or you are black?
Me?
You are not black.
I'm American.
If you were black, you would be not white.
I'm red, white, and blue. That's what I am.
kind of choice.
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, 6 hours. Yeah, 6 my brand. No sig.
But why do you like Sig?
I like for the price. My favorite is the ergonomics compared to like a Glock. Yeah, it's the ergos for me. I love Glock. Glock's a great gun, but it just feels like a fucking brick in your hand. Sig's a little more tailored to it.
Okay, so I said, what is it?
Are you shitting me, Monica?
Well, I just thought you liked the name Sid because it was masculine, and Glock would have probably not traveled as well on the app.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, you're like, might as well call yourself Magnum, and like nobody would.
It's hilarious.
To be honest.
All right, guys, it is 6:30. Let's play for another 30 minutes, and hopefully I can get my act together, and we'll do that replay room about archetypes, female archetypes on the app, exploring the ways that women can manipulate people, and also like we can include the men. There are some master manipulators, character stereotypes. I really don't want to name names. I don't want to. And we'll see how it goes. I want to hear the guys' stories.
Okay, scary. It's okay.
So, Scarlett, lay out the archetypes again so everybody can understand it. Go to your next room, please.
Well, see, Joby, I kind of didn't want to do that. I kind of wanted to do that for the next room.
Okay.
Because I need like 30 minutes to get ready. I need to pull up some videos and get, things together. And I also need to eat. So.
Fair enough. I was in a room, not on Clubhouse, I think on Twitter. I talked about archetypes. They kind of went into, more psychological archetypes. That's why I asked. Well, take us all in when you get there. We'll be here. Maybe. Some of us got it.
Sig, do you want to do a question for anyone in the room? Doesn't have to be anyone on stage.
As much as I would like to, Monica, I'm not by my phone
Okay.
right now, so I'll pass.
That's okay. I have one for Jane. Would Jane say she tolerates conservatives more today than she did 2 years ago on the app?
That's a spicy question for Jane, Scarlett.
And Jane, you're welcome on stage, or you can reply in the chat when people take their votes.
Scarlett, while she votes, I just want to point out that Donald Trump, in a new video, while he is talking about Washington, D.C.'s plunging crime rate, he's claiming that he's coming to Chicago next. So basically, Trump is going to start liberating American cities, one city at a time.
How does that everybody make you feel? Donald Trump is going to plunge himself into the muff, one city at a time.
I just hope, a lot of people thought that voiceover guy and I are the same person, and so people kick voiceover guy out of rooms, and he's like fucking John Kitover. He gets me kicked out of all these rooms. People think I'm him, and now I just hope that
People think that I'm Point, and they kick Point out all the time, but Point has too many friends and allies here, so they don't know for sure yet.
if anybody ever.
Okay.
Jane doesn't know how to play the game. Jane, we were
Jane
supposed
doesn't want to play the game,
guess,
stupid.
and then you and then you tell us if we were right or wrong.
James, not
And
over your tricks, Charlotte.
no, she's good. She doesn't have to tolerate us. She doesn't have to, I'm not for everyone, you understand. And I'm okay with that.
Did you name yourself Scarlet because of Scarlet the Witch from Avengers?
No. No. Scarlet Letter, actually, I thought that was pretty funny. And,
What's a Scarlet
being
Letter? That's like a
branded on audio app for being evil. Okay, so Jane says no, she's not more tolerant of conservatives, although she is in a lot of rooms with conservatives lately, which makes me go, but I will honor your answer, ma'am. So everybody who said yes, drink, everybody who said no, Jane is exactly how she was 2 years ago. She has a fierce dislike, disrespect, and distrust of conservatives, and she has not changed at all whatsoever in any measure, form, or fashion. Drink.
I don't want to break the number 9 rule about bringing up former drama. However, I would just say that when people come on social audio apps and make death threats against you, like Jane has suffered from some people on this app, she's got good grounds and reasons to not trust or have any faith in Republicans. So, Jane, if you want to come up, tell everybody what that experience is like for you, and maybe why you don't trust some supposed conservative, supposed Republican people on this app. Even though they're not Christians, they say they're Viking warrior atheists, and they don't support any political parties, but yet they know the answers to everything.
You just described only one person I know in the house. Stop it.
Well, don't look at my PTR either, because I'm pretty sure management at the Texas Children's Hospital also didn't look at me.
Like I said, one person.
Well, if we want to change America, it takes one person at a time.
Who else has a question for someone?
I got a question for Mike. Mike, why did you decide to donate to the campaign to elect candidate John?
Slimy, Dylan. Slimy self-promotion.
Self-promotion. My belief system aligns with yours. My political belief system aligns with yours. And so, even though I'm not in your district or anything, not to mention I like you as a human being and you're on here and you make me laugh, so I just want to support you. The part that aligns most is fiscal responsibility.
So if we're fiscally responsible, though, why do people think that that's going to blow the economy?
My bigger question is, why does MAGA think they're conservatives when they lack all fiscal responsibility?
I'm trying to send you a spicy emoji, but it's apparently too spicy, and I've hit my system limit.
Yeah, I think we're hung up on this whole MAGA, rhino, descriptive thing. We're Republican or we're not. We go to the polls to vote.
Oh, you better hope that's the case. But I can tell you right now, there's a hell of a lot of Republicans that are not real happy about the takeover of the party. There's a good percentage of people that were left hanging when he made it all about himself. And so to say that we're all Republicans now, it's a nice narrative since you just hijacked the party. But I would say that you gotta hope that you gotta hope the MAGAs can hold it down, keep JB going. Otherwise, maybe, I don't think so. But in an ideal world, the rest of the Republicans that actually never approved of Trump in the first place would quit being such giant pussies, and they would move in a different direction slightly. A little bit of what he has, and a whole lot of what he doesn't have.
Not the case in the Midwest. Definitely not in Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky. Not the case. I work and live here in politics. Not the case.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, the blue-collar workers are beguiled by him, even though they're making less than they made 20 years ago for doing the same jobs. So I don't get it, but
Okay.
I agree.
I said when we opened it that we would mod all the females, and I already forgot. Hey, serendipity.
You can unmod me. That's okay. I'm good. I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate the mod too, but if it's a female thing, I'm good for that.
Well, it was keeping with the ladies' night theme, that's all.
Oh yeah, I'll get out of the audience and come back up.
Mike, you're fine.
Yeah,
You're fine.
Too, Mike.
Can I ask all the ladies to go around and tell us your go-to karaoke?
I'll go first. Midnight After You're Wasted. It's really midnight after the Oasis.
That's a good question. I like that question. Keep going. Everybody on stage answer the question. What's your go-to karaoke song?
Cat Power, Sea of Love, or Watermelon by Jane and John Q.
Well, I don't know either one of those.
Build Me Up, Buttercup.
Mine is Humpty Dance. Humpty Dance.
You got that. You got that on your DJ.
Oh yeah, I got that. Because I was like, Power goes, look at me, I'm skinny. It never stopped me from getting busy. I'm a freak. I'm skinny, so it worked. Can't put it. That would have been my last guess for you, Mike. I guess maybe I'm back before Humpty Dance. Oh, if I was going to do that, because I am from Seattle, and I am that era, I would have done old Sir Mix-a-Lot, like My Posse's on Broadway, if I was going to do Posse's on Broadway. That's great. Me and Kid Sensation, Home Away from Home. I played a game of pool against Kid Sensation in the late 80s. That's my claim.
You know, in keeping with tradition and honor, I just want to quote Dr. Mojo, or former Glorious Mojo, that Scarlett, you are looking ravishing this evening, and I can smell your beauty from across the.
I think she smells like chicken dumplings.
Yeah, I mean, not to you, Scarlett, but I love me some chicken dumplings.
That's what my wife always orders at Cracker Barrel. They're cheap, good.
My favorite.
Scarlett, have you heard of this lady called Lily Gaddis? Has anyone heard of her?
Lady Gaddis?
Lily, I think it is.
No.
Yeah, she's just a grifter. She's pathetic.
Okay, yeah, so, no. I did not look her up. She's like the female Nick Fuentes. I was introduced to her because I was watching a Jesse Lee Peterson interview, and oh my god, it's beautiful.
She, like a year ago, she went viral because she was making some stupid video while she was cooking, and she casually dropped the N-bomb, like with an A. So she went viral.
Alexandra, mute your mic.
And then all of a sudden she went, so she was going on these X Spaces, and then she was meeting like Myron Gaines, all of the like the big JQ people, like the Jewish Question people, and they all like red pilled her. So now she's like a full on fucking, Nazi. I don't know how much of it's a grift.
Are you projecting, baby?
No, it's definitely accurate. She's definitely full Nazi. Like, if you watch this video, I'm just like, why is Jesse Lee? I mean, I don't know, whatever, dude, whatever. But sometimes
I think Pepe is just projecting. I think whenever Pepe comes in a room and starts talking about neo-Nazis, that's just what's underneath his covers.
I was in the rooms with.
They're just projecting people.
Amazing. I was in the rooms on X where it was happening, so I remember.
Well, thanks for. Unfortunately, you're violating the rule number 9 of the room. You can't bring in drama from other rooms. So stop.
All right, John. John, we were having a pleasant discussion. And
We were until we started talking about Nazis, and you always
No, we rally, John. Rally. Alright, so anyone, we're doing yes or no. I don't know how long y'all been in here, but somebody asks someone a question, but they don't answer it right away. The room decides whether yes or no, or either or, and then the person tells us what the answer
Oh, I
is.
like that game.
Yeah, it's a version of the one I did in White Belts and Chillism. So, for example, would Bima say that small voluntary societies are better than no taxes?
So no taxes, which means a taxless society versus small societies. Aren't they kind of the same thing?
Yeah, what's the difference? I'm trying to differentiate those two.
All right, damn it. Someone else come up with the question because I froze.
Voluntary society is there's no centralized authority, so there wouldn't be there's no taxation. It would just be voluntary associations and contract.
It'd be like what libertarians want.
So how would the libraries get built and the roads paved, FEMA?
Oh, that's a great question. Voluntarists are actually very loving and giving.
So do you think people would volunteer to lay down asphalt? That's all right, John.
Do we want FEMA to answer a better question, or do we want someone else to think of a better question to ask someone else? Because I feel like FEMA's been cheated by my
Mike asked a good question about laying asphalt. People aren't going to lay asphalt for free, because I just saw some asphalt get laid the other day, and it's hard work in the sun. So who the hell is going to do that for free?
I have a question for Pepe. Pepe, do you believe? No, I can't do that to you. Would Pepe grow a garden? Yes or?
Yes, if he's hungry, yes.
So I answer with an emoji.
Well, hold on. We have to guess what you would say first. And my answer would be only if he had to. So I have to figure out, is that a yes or a no? I would say no. That Pepe would not grow a garden. He not. So
yeah, I'm gonna say
their guesses, their guesses on stage or in chat. You can do thumbs up, thumbs down. I can't get Nye on stage. There we go. Or you can do emojis in the chat.
My mind says no, he wouldn't. It's not him. But my heart says that he does have a deeper connectivity and love for organic food and sustainability.
That's projection, Bima. Somebody creates gardens of hate speech. I hate to break the bad news to everybody. He's not going to grow a garden unless there's
I have
speech.
faith, Mojo.
It'll be my white power garden, I guess. I don't know.
See, I just told you.
No.
I just told you guys.
Wait, hold on. So a white power garden, no carrots, no green beans, only white food. You're gonna die of what? But peanut squash? What's the only white squash?
Well, the white power garden would be to fuel the white race, and so yes, I would make a garden. Amazing.
What are you gonna do? Sprinkle bronzer all over it? Because you look like you use some kind of fake tan or something.
Well, if you eat enough carrots, you do turn orange. Actually, believe it or not, it's a real.
But you are a frog. Everybody thought you were a frog. We just confirmed it. But I thought, let me ask you a question, Pepe. What's long, smells like bacon? And what's long, green, and smells like bacon?
You're gangrene, dick. I don't fucking know.
Are you projecting? I was gonna say Kermit the Frog's dick, but how did you know? You must be projecting.
Hold on, I got a question for Sig. Does Sig have more than 15 guns? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, I say yes. Those are the other things we can just say what we think, just come off mic and say. The audience can do much, but up here we can just say.
I think he has like 13.
I think he has 25.
Y'all, I really need people to take a moment of silence or prayers or whatever way you have to express condolences and well wishes to someone. Because someone thought it'd be a really good idea to call themselves Monica on Clubhouse app. Guess they didn't hear. So, you can, and good luck to you, because I don't think you're going to enjoy the Monica experience as much as, I'll accept the flowers if you need me to, but, right? All right.
I feel like Sig has a very selective, like high quality taste, and I feel like he doesn't keep guns that he's not going to use. So I think 13. I feel 13. Sig, we got it.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 22. I got 22.
Oh my God!
Oh, that would have been a great question. Oh man, missed opportunity. Do you think Sig Sauer has less than 25 guns or more than 25 guns? Doggone it.
Yeah, I just sold one last month too. So.
What is your most expensive gun?
My most expensive gun is my battle rifle. I actually like shit. It's a fan rifle. It's probably got about total with the gun and accessories and barrel aftermarket shit. I probably got about $5 to $6 grand into that gun.
Holy shit! What kind is it?
It is a Radical Arms AR-15, but I've got a fun trigger installed in it. I've got a 20-inch stainless steel barrel. I've got an aftermarket gas system, butt stock, bolt carrier is it's like some type of crazy slick alloy, so I really don't have to wield it that much. Yeah, I got so much shit. I got red dot optic on it. I got an LPVO, a 10-time LPVO. That itself was like $1,300. But yeah, it's got a lot of shit. That's my literally shit. It's a fan. That's a gun I'm grabbing.
I mean, I was like, it would be cool to get night vision and then get one of the laser, because you can get the full power IR like on the internet.
Yeah.
But then I'm like looking at it and it's just like, oh, nods are like 15 grand. That's fucking
yeah. Yeah, they're expensive, bro. You get a good set, it's gonna cost you, set you back 15, 20 G's, yeah.
I don't need to see in the dark that bad. I'm fine.
Okay, I got a
Did you see
question
that
for
video
Mike.
of that guy? It went viral. This guy, he's going downstairs. He has home security, and you see him. He's like using the light on his rifle, his AR. Then it looks like he's in the kitchen area, and all of a sudden something's charging him, and he fires off a bunch of shots rapidly. Have you seen that video?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's crazy.
Guys breaking into his home.
What was it? What was charged?
It was the fucking black bear that charged him. So he had no choice. He broke into his house and charged him in his kitchen. You can't, you have to shoot it, obviously.
Right.
I'll post a link.
That's really shit.
My question for Mike is, do we believe that Mike's dog is microchipped? Yes or no?
That's a good question.
I would say yes.
No.
I say no.
I say yes. Do you believe in vaccines? I have a theory. Did you get a vaccine? Did you get COVID?
I did get a COVID one. I didn't get any more.
That's tough now.
I got the first one yet.
Yeah, I'll have to say I think. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think yes, because the dog is a family dog, and his kids were growing up with the dog, and the thought of something happening to the dog and not being able to tell the kids that he would do it for the kids. So
That was a good guess. And it's probably a good reason, but yes, I did. I also live in the burbs, and it's easy for him to run out of my yard. And I thought, okay, if he runs out, you'll be able to find him. So yes. I found a dog though that I loved, a little mini. It was like a mini golden doodle, and it was just on its own. I just found it like in public, just running around. And I was like, oh man! And I was praying it didn't have a chip, and I took it to the vet, and it did. And I was like, damn it, because I totally wanted to keep it.
I have a question now for Scarlett. So when I was in Texas, there was this maker space, right? And they offer you the ability to get a chip and put into your wrist. And that's kind of like it's kind of like the equivalent to a key fob. So like when you walk up to the door, all you got to do is, wave your wrist and you get in. Would Scarlett have opted in for in the wrist key fob, or would she have chosen the physical one? Oh wait, it's a yes or no question. So would she have gotten the in the wrist chip?
I think that's a no.
Yeah, no.
To be honest, I would though. Personally, I would.
I know you
but
would.
I think she's gonna say no. Oh, because I did all the other shit, yeah. Because I'm reckless, yeah. That part.
Well, I asked because I gotta be honest. I had to be convinced to not take it because I thought it was cool.
Yeah, I mean, if that's all it does, I guess you gotta believe that that's all it does, right? It just opens doors. Yeah. It's a mark. Will you take the mark of the beast so you can open doors even more easily? Yes or no?
are you out of your cotton picking mind? What? You're gonna inject a foreign substance into me to open a door? Give me that card. Don't touch me with that syringe. That's crazy.
What if you knew that you could upgrade it later to do other things?
Even
like you could remote start your car with it.
Even creepier.
What if
Somebody's gonna like my car and cut off my hand to get to their. No. But great question, Dima. Thank you. All right, guys. Serendipity. Do we want to do the archetypes of women room tonight?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. All right. So
Jezebels and Bethany's.
Yeah, I'm worried. Well, even though we started with Bethany's, if we listen to the John Johnson skit who talks about Bethany's and it's not Bethany, we always can change the title, right? So that we're not. So because I did not have time to listen to the skit before now.
Can I ask you a question? Have you listened to it before?
Yes. And I want to support Josh Johnson, and it's
how long is the video?
I think it's 12 minutes, but I know it's not more than 20.
Okay,
I know you're worried.
Could we break it into just little few minute
dialogue?
Listen a little bit, have some dialogue. Listen a little bit, have some dialogue.
Yeah.
As opposed to listening all the way through.
If you don't know the comedian Josh Johnson, though, you're in for a treat. He's like Mark Twain, and oh my gosh, who won the Mark Twain Award? Who got into such controversy with the trans folks because he refused to bend the knee to their ideology? Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers, Dave Chappelle, and Mark Twain had a baby.
Dude, you can't go wrong with that combination.
At that time, and look, he's not right wing. He's not, but he is amazing. He's been at this craft for probably 10, 15 years, and he's still young. He, when he was a kid, he was a latchkey kid, so he spent some time at home alone. Well, that can get you in all kinds of trouble, except he was fascinated by Craigslist ads. And the KKK put an ad out to recruit, and he contacted them, and he made a friend. And the friend wanted to meet him at the Applebee's, or I don't know what kind of restaurant. He trolled the KKK, and I just thought that was so funny. He's so clever. And so, yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to go on silent for a few minutes while I collect all my shares and stuff. And I know Serendipity, this is mainly Serendipity's brainchild with the assistance of MG. And so I'm like helping. It's not really my room. And so I don't want to overpower it with my videos and bore people. So I'm going to let Serendipity take the lead on it. And we'll see how it goes. And if after 5 minutes you guys hate Josh Johnson, we'll turn it off. The link will be available for people to see about the Karens and the Bethanies in our society.
Give me 1 second, Monica. I'm putting kids to bed.
Well, I don't need for us to have radio silence. Y'all carry on the conversation, please. Asking someone another question. Kitover, do you have a question for someone? Anyone? No.
Oh my god, I literally thought my phone wasn't working. I was like, what the fuck happened? What happened?
I want to say we can have Mike sing karaoke.
Did we hear everybody's favorite karaoke song? I don't know that we actually.
We didn't hear all of them. No, we didn't hear a lot more. Keep going.
All right, mine would probably be either Carrie Underwood Beats or Total Eclipse of the Heart.
I like the second one. That's an interesting one.
Right?
Yeah, I like that one. I remember that song. That was a great song.
Turn
Sing that.
around.
Who sings that? Who sings that song? I can't remember who it is.
It's not Jefferson Starship? No, that doesn't sound right.
Bonnie Taylor.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit, would never guess that.
Tyler. Bonnie Tyler.
Was that a one-hit wonder, or did she have other stuff too? That sounds like a one-hit
I
wonder.
think she had other stuff. I think Bonnie Tyler was pretty legit.
All right, Nye, what's your go-to karaoke song?
Oh, that would be More Than Words. Remember that song, More Than Words?
Oh, yeah, that was by,
Eric Clapton?
No, it was in the 90s, early 90s. It was a...
It's up right now. By Extreme.
Extreme, yes. Oh, that was such a good song.
It's either that or I Want It That Way by, is it Backstreet Boys?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
More Than Words, 1991. What year was More Than Words? I'm guessing 91 or 90.
More Than Words, let me see here. I think I have to go to Wiki and look it up.
I think I was a sophomore or junior in high school for it. I think it's 90. I'm going to guess 91.
Yep, 91, you're right. Yeah, that's a classic.
Yeah.
You must have a memory associated with that.
I do remember, I do remember all the music in high school and what year it was, pretty much. I listened to a lot of NWA and Boyz II Men back then too.
Boyz II Men was good.
Yeah, Boyz II Men was good. Remember Luke Skywalker? He was like the first dirty rapper.
Oh yeah.
He like swore. Yeah, he was like the first person ever to like be dirty in rap music. Really dirty on purpose.
Yeah, I remember Two Live Crew.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker, Two Live Crew.
Yeah, controversy back in the '90s. Boy, Mark Bush wasn't playing that shit. No one
Yeah, you're right.
Like, we don't want this trash corrupting our youth.
Yeah, and NWA had that song Automobile. You'll be good to me, I'll be good to you, and we'll both ride home in my automobile. It was Eazy-E, I think, was the one who sang it. I love Eazy-E's voice. He was my favorite rapper back then.
Did you like Big Pun?
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Pun.
Yeah, I was never big. I grew up in Seattle on the West Coast, and it was all like grunge, pretty much there. So I never experienced like Biggie, and because he was more East Coast, I was more like West Coast rap, like Dr. Dre and his crew. But I like Biggie a lot now.
It's Kurt Cobain's stomping grounds there.
Yeah, he died in '93, I think. I was in a Japanese bar when I heard about it. It was a bar that we sang dollar bills, raining dollar bills from the ceiling. And I heard about it. I remember being there hearing about it. In '93 or '94. Might have been, I think it was '94.
Yeah, it was such a great fucking band. I was at Kurt Cobain. I think he had Dave Grohl and one of the Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Chris Novoselic was the bass player. Great fucking band, man.
Back then, I was more like Alice in Chains and Soundgarden.
Oh yeah, Alice in Chains.
Those are the two I really liked. And Screaming Trees were another one that I used to listen to.
Sig, do you know the song Street Law by Pastor Troy?
I do not. Yeah, I'm not really into the down south.
Do you know that one, Mike?
No, I don't. Never heard of it.
Nobody. Does anyone know that one? Street Law, Pastor Troy. I'm living by the street law. Fuck them judges. I'm living. You don't know that one?
Was it a rap song from the South?
Let's hear some more, Holly. Let's hear some more. My jog on memory.
Really good lyric.
Yo, somebody get Holly a contract, man.
Let's see lyrics. Here, I'll give you a little taste.
I can see Holly in her car right here.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that's what good
on
telling
the
you.
steering wheel, fucking
Yeah.
all the way back. Hell yeah.
Dude, I was singing along to this by myself. It's Southside St.
Okay, guys. If I open the room, you guys kind of need to come to the room.
Monica, Holly was speaking, Monica.
Hold on. Like, I'm doing this room. We're staring
Move
differently.
to a different room? What are you talking about?
Right. I was like in the hallway, twiddling my thumbs with the chill music
No, you gotta play
on.
it here. Why are you playing it here?
Because it's a replay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Monica loves her replays.
I gotta move. This is a big old room right now.
I don't believe in moving.
You will if I boom the room.
That's a
Monica, what are you doing, Monica?
Oh, that's me.
Wilding out today.
Authoritarian AF.
Okay, but before we boom the room, I want to answer the question. In my vaginas, I look for money. I prefer wealthy vaginas. Okay, we can boom the room.
So,
Good send off.
Whoever said intellect is foolish.
so now it's going to take me a few more minutes because I left the room that I was sitting alone in.
I'm sorry,
One listener.
I didn't see the links.
I texted you and I put it in the back channel. And I'm like,
Oh, you did?
you're like, you're like, all right. So take two.
I'm sorry.
Like, I know we talked about doing it in the public sphere to get more people, but we totally can do it here. I just need to, like, and that way, like, what, Serendipity, what do you envision? Y'all are letting me have the replay. So we can do it in the muff and have a muff original replay here. or we can do it in the wilds of Clubhouse in the public spaces.
Let's do it in the wilds of Clubhouse and the public spaces.
Okay. All right. It is 7:09. If the conversation gets super good in here by 7:12, y'all please remind my friends I'm alone in the hallway.
I told her I was getting kids.
I know, and I felt bad. So then I was like, well, let me put it in the back channel where, people would see it and still nobody. And I'm like, oh, okay.
And then we started talking music and,
And then Holly started rapping.
Yeah, Holly was rapping, like.
Holly has a great voice.
Can't leave when Holly raps.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm going to get about 4 more verses that Pastor Troy song. I was thoroughly entertained.
Well, I've actually been trying to find the lyrics, and I cannot find the lyrics. All I know is we live in by the street law. Fuck them judges. I'm trying to find the lyrics but I was going to tell Kima, I was driving and I was, just jamming to that song, rapping along and stuff, and this group of black dudes next to me at a stoplight was laughing.
It was like, what's that movie Office Space where you roll up the window, you bring your seat back up and you roll up your window and go normal?
Just picture me listening to hardcore street rap with a giant smile on my face. I'm the happiest person ever. I'm the most cheerful thug rapper you'll ever meet.
Oh, y'all, she's thug.
I'm a thug.
She's fat pimpin' with a BLT.
I'm dead.
This has to be the least urban room of all.
Nah, Holly done urban it out, man. Actually, I'm going to call you Holly Quisha. Holly Quisha.
I listen to more rap and hip hop music than most people on here.
Oh, you needed some braids, get you some lashes, Holly. Come on now.
Dude, I'm just saying, I got the ass. I already got the ass.
Oh man, it's hilarious.
What's up, everyone?
Just silence the.
That's right.
So you guys out there, who wrote Intellect?
I did.
All right, because whoever wrote that's full of crap.
Is Scarlett in the hallway now? Are we supposed to go?
I'm looking. I told her to post the link. Yeah. She's setting things up.
Can you pin the link to the top?
Yes. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pin the link to the top so we can all move over.
Sweet. Yeah, sometimes, man, it's hard to find rooms in the hallways.
I know. I don't even like to be in the hallway anymore. Yeah. I'm looking.
Are you just gonna put the link in the chat or whatever?
I'm gonna stick it up top.
Oh.
In fact, let me just end our beautiful little "What do you look for in a woman" poll. Remove. Come on, Mom, send me a link.
Is that the Karens and Jezebel room? Is that what Scarlett's doing?
Yes, we're gonna do the Karen.
Oh boy.
Karen, Jezebels, and Bethany's.
Dr. Mitch, what's your go-to karaoke song?
That's a great question. Anything by Tony Bennett, bro?
Oh, that's good. That's fun. Classic.
Tony Bennett, nice.
Yeah, he's got sophistication over here.
Yes.
Unlike Holly. Holly's a hood rat. Dr. Mitch has sophistication.
Holly Quisha over there just got to ghetto shit up.
Dude, I actually found the lyric. When I walk, I'm living by the street law. When I talk, I'm living by the street law.
I'm going to grab the link. I'll be right back.
When I bang,
See, that's
city. I'm living by the street law.
Girl with brains.
Laws and rules are meant to be broken. That's why I get high and keep smoking. Because I'm living by the street law. Holding my nuts. I'm living by the street law. Don't give a fuck.
Let's go.
The lyrics. I wrote that song. That song's hysterical. Good times. Good times.
Somebody get Holly Quisha contract. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. She going double platinum.
Rooms at the top, y'all.
Here we go.
Listen up, Monica, with the sweet little welcoming music.
All right. So I don't want to take credit for this great room, but Serendipity reached out and said, what kind of rooms can we do? Because she has a big heart and she likes the relationship rooms. And, if they're done well. And so I said, yeah, well, relationship rooms are rarely done well on Clubhouse. And so we came up with the one for the guys that we're doing tomorrow, the father effect, the father room, talking about men and lifting up the good dads. And you don't have to be a great dad to be a good dad. And then we're like, well, we should do one on women too. And so we can, and we can discuss the toxic femininity and we can discuss the positive femininity because women are human, contrary to popular belief, and we have a range. There's a spectrum of us. And, we can be Jezebels, we can be Karens, we can be Bethanies, we can be, and sometimes are all of them above at the same time. And then, of course, there's some of us that traffic in dysfunction. And I don't know, Serendipity, why don't I give you the mic and we'll see where we are. And MG should be coming to be mod too.
Yes. I think we've actually got a few other mods coming. I'm sending the link, trying to get them in here right now.
Hey, Scarlett. Oh, she's busy. Hey, it's Dr. Mitt.
And she.
So I know what a Karen and a Jezebel is. A Karen is kind of an entitled person, right? Maybe narcissist. Jezebel, more like a borderline. But what's a Bethany?
I'm glad you asked that question, sir. And we will be elucidating that when I play this very short, because I found a YouTube short that explains it. Once we have our people assembled. But so I don't personally mind being called a Karen because I think there's a utility for Karen kind in our society. The women and men, because I've seen men Karens, and that's pejorative when they do it. But if there's an injustice, if there's a coupon that the store should take, and it's not expired, I will speak to the manager because they had a contract with me. I made effort to come to the store. You should honor your advertising, and for the good of humankind. It's a little hyperbolic, but you get the point. So there's a point where Karens do good. If Karen sees smoke coming out of a house, Karens are more likely to call the police and alert the fire department. That's not a bad thing. But some people have said mind your business and don't don't report things that are causing problems or have the potential to cause problems and cause harm. But of course, like I said, Karen powers can be abused and are. And we'll see viral videos of Karen's gone wild, acting badly, and with unfortunate consequences for them and for the people. So that's Karen. Jezebels, those are the women who use their feminine wiles and their sensuality and their sexuality to manipulate people. So they are the women who want to be paid to go out on dates with you, and then you thank them for the pleasure of their company. They can be very manipulative, and they use their charms for their good, their benefit. So they treat men as wallets, just like some men treat women as objects, you know? I don't know what the male version of a Jezebel is, a man whore. I don't really think those are equatable. I think maybe the opposite of a Jezebel for a man would be maybe a womanizer, because they're not invested in individuals. They're out for what they can get. It's transactional.
Gay men have Jezebels in their circles, in their networks.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'm going to say Bethany for the video. So Serendipity's going to give me a cue. I don't see MG. Did we wait too long to host the room?
She was here a minute ago.
No, I just got a message from her. I think she's on her way. Hang on.
Does anybody have any questions about the two? And these are not the only three archetypes. There's the mother, there's the mother, and then of course there's the Oedipal mother, who will wound their children so that they can maintain control over them, stunting the men, and Snow White's mom, the girls. So, like, we're not exhaustive in our archetype list when we're doing these three, but I thought these three would be a good start, and maybe we do a part 2 or part 3 if the interest allows.
Now, is one of them a Munchausen mom?
Oh, that would be the Oedipal mother, I would think. Huh, Dr. Mitch?
That's why I asked.
We've seen that. We've seen that. We've seen that when little Tommy, their 3-year-old, well, actually, I have a name, James Younger. When James Younger was a toddler, 2.5, 3 years old, his favorite movie was Frozen. So his mom said, oh, well, James wants to be a girl. I'll enroll him in school as a girl, and I will call him Luna. To the horror and refusal of her husband, she then took the twin boys, James, I don't remember the other one, to California because it's a trans sanctuary state. And the husband, the ex-husband now, I think his name is Fred Younger, but I could be mistaken, Frank Younger, had to pay for gender-affirming care and therapy for his son, and was allowed no private visitation with his blood, with his progeny. It's a terrible story.
So would she be a Bethany, a Jezebel, or Karen? Mom in that situation.
That would actually be in the part 2. That would be a Oedipal mother, I think, a devouring mother, because some women like attention and admiration at the detriment of their children. Look at me, how bold and beautiful and brave I am that I'm allowing my son or my daughter to go through gender care because I want to honor their feelings. It's quite nauseating. When Deborah So, the sex therapist and researcher, says 97% of the time, I believe, hey, MG, after the children, if left alone and they go through puberty and young adulthood, they either become homosexual or they get rid of the gender dysphoria completely. That's a staggering. For me, yeah, I did promise that I'll get right on it. Do I have to do that for everyone or just that one?
No, just one.
Because I just blocked. Okay, thanks.
By the way, Serendipity, can you hear me?
I can.
It's been a rough day on Clubhouse, y'all. So where are we at with the conversation?
Monica just gave a brief overview explanation of the Karens and the Jezebels. She was saving the Bethanies to review after listening to, she found just a little YouTube short that she's going to play.
Cool.
Yeah, and then we'll open up the conversation. I know we're waiting on a few more people.
Do we want to play it now, or do you want to talk about the first two that we discussed, the Jezebels and the?
You can. I think you're good to go ahead and play the clip.
Okay.
Every person has different speeds that they operate at, right? You catch them on one day, they might react to you a certain way, another day a certain way. But some people do have like defaults, right? So one thing that's happened in the last like 4 years especially is that anytime a white woman's talking, we jump to Karen pretty quick, right? Like there's Karens out there, but then sometimes someone will just have a menu and be like, does this one have gluten? And we're like, Karen! Like that's, it's appropriate, it's not appropriate, it's not appropriate, right? But for everything there is its opposite, okay? And I think that for us, we do need to start talking about the complete opposite, because we all know this person. We all know the white woman who doesn't want to make a big deal out of anything. We've all met this person. She could literally be on fire. She's like, no, I'm just warm. Like, no. You're in danger, Bethany. Let us help you. Yeah, I mean, like she could call you. She could call you in the middle of a robbery. When she's at the bodega, it's getting robbed right now, and she call you being like, "Oh no, I don't want to bother. Just if you get around to dialing specific numbers, it would be really helpful." Every person.
That's it. Short and sweet, huh? Isn't he charming? Like when I tell you, I want to share every skit he does, even the ones that mock Trump and Elon, even the ones that threw shots at Jillian Michaels. Like I don't even care because it's funny. So if it's funny, I can laugh at myself, and we should be able to. And it's healthy. It's healthy. So yeah, that's Josh Johnson. The link of that short is in the Jumbotron. I'm gonna change I'm gonna remove it in a couple minutes. So grab it while you can, because I think we want to do poll serendipity in here, or do we want to advertise in them?
We do want to do a poll right now.
Okay.
I love comedians who are able to read the room and do jokes that aren't crossing the line too hard, so where it's to where it could really hurt somebody. I like comedians like that who just, stay on the fence with those.
Sorry, I'm inviting just a couple more people.
Well, I need to know did I oversell Bethany? Because I actually consider myself more Bethany than Karen.
I would say Bethany sounds like the perfect wife. Shit.
I was thinking my wife was Bethany, so.
Yeah, same here.
Whether she's on fire or not on fire.
that she doesn't make things about herself. If she's literally on fire, she says, "No, it's just a little warm here." She's not trying to make it about her. She's trying to minimize any type of adverse thing she's going through and not be a nuisance on that.
She creates peace in the environment. Like she's kind of the center point of the peace.
At the expense of her mental health. It's not healthy.
Sometimes. But if you're just kind and quiet and peaceful.
Alright, so MG does not like Bethany. Good to know.
MG, it depends if it comes naturally to them or not. If it doesn't, then that would be brutal for them.
No, MG's right though.
That wasn't on my list. I did not think that would
I just think we all should, advocate for, yourself and speak up and not get walked over. Like, that's not healthy. You should have boundaries. I mean, it's okay to say no. It's okay to say I'm not comfortable.
Well, I mean, I think a Bethany can stand up and go crazy if you fuck with her kids or something that's deeply important to her.
I didn't get that impression.
Yeah, my Bethany would for sure. My Bethany would freak the fuck out if the kids were at risk. Or, to protect the kids or her family. But if we only have two choices, right? At this point, then the Karen is basically an extrovert, the Bethany is an introvert for the most part. She's just gonna break it down as simple as
High pockets. Oh, that's a good breakdown. Oh no, this is John Pockets. I don't know. This is my I think mojo. tend to have Bethany characteristics sometimes though, and I wouldn't consider myself an introvert. I would be that one that calls. High pockets.
Kitover,
That's a nice breakdown. So.
That's right. You know the nice. Right?
It's been a long
Are
time.
you gonna be deep in the muffs tonight, Pockets?
Exercising my Friday night clubhouse time. I've been too exhausted. How are you guys?
What's going on?
Oh, it's nice.
Long time no see.
I've been too tired.
You want my cash app?
Upstairs.
What's up, bro? Hey, is your wife a Bethany, a Karen, or a
Isabel.
what's the other one?
There it is.
Oh yeah, Jezebel.
In the chat.
Yeah. She's not a Jezebel.
In the chat.
She's very good like that. She, you know what I realized, and I can only say this here, but it's so true. I began about almost a year ago tracking some things, and what I tracked was there would be these times where we would be doing fine, everything was going fine, sex regularly, everything was going good, and then I'll say we'll be like joking about something, like literal joking. She's laughing, I'm laughing, and I'll say, you're crazy sometimes, and then she will blow up, lose her.
Is he in the Matrix, or is that me?
Yeah, it sounds like
Matrix.
Okay.
All right, you gotta cast those demons out of your home.
His wife's probably strangling him right now. Fucking Bethany, motherfucker.
I'm done.
That is a trigger. Where do you think you mostly align, Holly? If you had to pick one of these three.
All right, yeah, I've been reading about this while you guys are talking. I think if I had to pick between these three, I think I'd probably have to be Jezebel.
What?
Really? Yes. Because it's saying, I'm going by what Chatty's telling me. It's saying Jezebel, people see turn relationships or attachments into leverage. Control through seduction, manipulation, or influence versus Karen is control through authority, rules, or complaining. I don't know, it's tough. I definitely complain a lot. But I also feel like I have a very...
Don't worry.
Yeah, like I use his charm, sexuality, or charisma. I don't think I do so much on the sexuality thing, but I'm definitely use like charm and charisma to get what I want. Like highly persuasive, can be jealous, competitive, or undermining towards other women. 100%. 100% I can.
It's not.
So I think Jezebel's me. Jezebel's me, yeah.
Jezebel is me. Interesting. I don't identify with none of it. Karen, Jezebel, Bethany. None of it speaks to me.
Well, go ask ChatGPT, because that's how I came to my conclusion. I had to go a little deeper with what Chatty was telling me.
Monica is definitely a Karen.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, Monica's
I know.
Sure.
Karen from 34B.
What is Edie? I don't know.
Let's see.
I'd say Edie's a Bethany. Sorry.
A Bethany? You think?
I think she's an
No.
undercover Karen.
No, I think she's an undercover Karen too.
Undercover. I don't know what all the ones mean, but I assume Karen. What is Bethany and Jezebel and?
Bethany is the one. I'm on fire, but I'm not going to complain about it. I'm just going to be like, oh, it's a little warm, but it's alright.
And what's Jezebel?
The Jezebel is, using your feminine wiles to get what you want.
And Karen like complains about stuff that doesn't happen.
Well, Karens they're a little authoritative, and they're kind of the squeaky wheel.
So it says here, the shadow side of a Karen is entitlement, hypocrisy, and self-righteousness. And the shadow side of a Jezebel is manipulation, deceit, and Shut up, dude. What the fuck? Shut the fuck. Deceit and exploitation. See that? Okay, I'm torn, because I might be more of a Karen. I don't know. I don't know Jezebel. Because I'm not deceitful. I don't like that. I think I can be entitled, I can be hypocritical, and I can definitely be self-righteous. So,
But don't you think,
Karen?
I don't know, Holly, don't you think though that, like, for me, the charisma can kind of be like, you play up the charm with somebody that you don't necessarily care about being charming with?
Dude, you gotta kick this he's distracted.
I know, I'm looking to move him down.
I can't, focus on what you say.
Mom, why can't I move him down? Let me go check our room settings. Hand raising. Here we go. All right.
Oh shit, ChatGPT saying, want me to make you a self-assessment quiz style checklist? Hell yeah, I do. Yes, let's do it.
Did you ask it about Karen's, Bethany's, and Jezebel's?
I did, yeah, I've been all over it, yeah.
Oh boy.
I bet you weren't Bethany until you started listening to Pastor Troy Holly.
I know, right? Yeah, he turned me into a Jezebel. Straight up. I'm gonna Instagram message that dude and be like, you ruined me.
That sounds like an inside joke. You guys want to share?
Oh, he's because I was rapping one of my favorite hood songs from back in the day. Street Law by Pastor Troy. That's what he's talking about.
Yes, those were the shenanigans that were going on when you originally tried to create the ring.
Yeah, you missed it. You missed it, Scarlett. Holly was dropping.
Thunder Holly.
Holly Quisha.
Love it. I love it.
So that goes to, the dark side of a Bethany would be what MG said, of the willingness to self-harm for the benefit of the self-sacrifice goes too far, and they're not willing to stand up and tell people. So there's a quote, something, if you don't tell people about your pain, they'll kill you and tell you you enjoyed it. That's significant.
This is pretty rare, wouldn't you say?
The Jezebels? I mean, the Bethanies?
No, yeah. I mean,
Bethanies?
yeah, even women that are quiet kind of know what they like and what they don't like, don't you think?
No. No, I think there are some, like I said, I can definitely, I know a few Bethanies in my real life for sure. They're not going to complain. They're not going to make their feelings known. The problem with the Bethanies are that they stuff so much down though all of the time that they're usually the ones that are really, really volatile, and the seemingly like nothing burger is what makes them just absolutely lose their top. And then they regurgitate it all. It all comes out.
That sounds like Asian women a little bit. I mean, not to be stereotypical, but they tend to stuff and explode.
Yeah.
It depends what kind of videos you're watching.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Holy cow, stuff and explode.
Oh boy. Did you guys hear my story about tracking my wife, or did I completely cut out?
You completely cut out.
Good. Well, okay, so we were having these, I've known this woman for 20 years, since she was 16 and I was probably 18 maybe. And so all these years, but particularly recently, we got the kids now, we got the house, blah, 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 same shit that happens with everybody. And, I would notice we would be doing really well. Regular sex, scheduling sex, by the way, is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. It's Wednesdays and Saturdays, and when we're doing poorly, it's just Wednesdays. But anyway, I would be doing great. We would have, we'd be talking, calling each other during the day if I had to. It has nothing to do with her. I just don't want to talk to anybody while I'm working. But anyway, it was going really well. And then we would be hanging out, making a joke, and I would say something like, "Oh my goodness, you're crazy." Like if she did something, but in a joking way, and something like that would just blow up. What do you mean I'm crazy? Why do you have to do this? And then storm off and this and that, and then not speak for 3 days. And this is like a pattern. And so when it happened about a year ago, I just happened to go up to the bathroom, and in the waste bin, I saw something. So I began to, whenever this would happen, I would take pictures with a timestamp on them because I was looking to see if there was some kind of pattern. And oh my goodness, 1 year later, within a 4-day period, I can track when these blow-ups are going to happen and when the insanity is going to occur, which is interesting, right? But what does Ricky do? Fucking stupid Ricky. He goes, and during the last argument, he goes and tells her about it and then breaks out the pictures and begins to show her like some sort of idiotic cop from a movie. And that's when the real blow up occurred. What? You're wasting your time. It was really bad. Really bad. We're over it now, but now I don't know even what got into me to do that. So that's my story.
You were proud Sherlock. You cracked the case.
100%, Monica. I was proud. I thought that this was going to do it. This was going to show her that she is irrational and she is doing this, and it's not me, and I'm treating her just fine and everything else. You hit it on the head, Monica. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong.
Okay, so that brings me to my next question. There's a poll at the top of the room. What archetype do you see most on the app? I have an interesting perspective on this. I think ladies are at narrowing down these archetypes. on other ladies than men are. What say you?
Ladies are better at what?
Since we voted the same, Serendipity,
Right.
you know, I laughed so hard.
I know. I think that ladies are better at recognizing Karens, Jezebels, and Bethanies than men are.
Oh yeah.
Historically.
100%.
Yeah.
You're not blinded by your dick.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
We'll give every effort to give the benefit of the doubt as long as that thing's a good.
Right. So the options on the poll, for those of you that can't actually see the poll, if you haven't updated or whatever, is which archetype do you see most on the app? There's Karen, Jezebel, and Bethany. And right now we're at 58% Karen, 43% Jezebel, and no Bethanies.
I definitely see the Karens, the cunning, calculated, the insincere. You know, I mean, I guess we can see it better than men, but I definitely see Karens the most on this app for sure.
Do you see? I see a lot of women that I don't think guys realize how manipulative women can be. And I see a lot of women, they kind of play into a man's natural proclivity to be a little bit protective, and they use those feminine wiles to, you know, oh, I'm just a sweet little innocent victim.
It starts as a PT.
Because I talk softly and sweet, and I come across very unassuming.
Yes.
This is completely calculated.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I see it too.
I find women to be extremely manipulative. They love to use, you know, oh, I had a bad relationship. You know, I had X, Y, or Z going on, and they use it to kind of garner like an empathy from the guys. So
here's
definitely my vote.
But I think that we're missing is because guys don't care. They just care is this woman paying attention to me or not. He doesn't care what she's doing. He's actually that's all he cares.
Right.
So sad.
It starts at the PTR. Like, honestly,
That's true.
pull to refresh. Now tell me people are going to pay attention to me because of what I say. Like, really? When they do boobs and butt shots, that they're like, pay attention. And then also listen. Are they manipulative? Do they use people? I'm sorry, I interrupted Serendipity too.
It was the Cracker Barrel logo that got it.
I don't know, guys. What do you think? I'm particularly interested to hear from the guys on this one.
Yeah,
We're simple creatures.
Yeah.
Very simple.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, you got a lot of those Karens in Bethany's clothing, man. Throw a lot of guys off. But like Ricky said, it's because we're thinking with our dicks most of the time. It's, you know, ugly chicks, I don't think get away with that. Get away with that.
Not as much. But even ugly chicks still garner at least a 20% higher empathy level from men than another man would, even ugly chicks.
Yeah, they literally fuck them because they feel bad for them. It's really sad.
It's a kid, okay? Don't fucking ruin it.
It's charity, man.
Riddle me this: how do you fall for like a fake PTR? Like, how do you even have their real picture? It's a real.
Guys, if you had a penis MG, you'd understand.
I have someone pull my AI picture beautiful in my cartoon. I was like, bro, I'm so disconnected. Like,
Is that pockets I hear?
That is Pockets, the one and only.
let's stop talking responsible. I haven't heard your chaos before.
Oh, how dare it?
I missed it, man.
Dear. Yeah, I wish I had time. We had so much good chaos in the past.
We were Bethany's, bro. We were full on Bethany's.
No.
Fire. Hold on. chaos, we just be sitting there going like, yeah, we did this shit. This is a win. We were veterans.
Well, some of Dr. Responsible's chaos was fun for him and less fun for
It was very fun for me.
Can someone explain to me what is a Bethany?
Yes, Adrian. A Bethany would be the self-deprecating, woman who, I'm on fire, but I'm not going to really complain about it. I'm just going to say maybe it's a little warm in here. Or I think the example Monica used earlier was, somebody's breaking into your house in the middle of the night, and you pick up the phone and you call your friend and you're like, well, never mind. I mean, I don't really want to bother you. Well, I'll just talk to you later. I'll deal with it. That's your Bethany.
Is there enough people here that are interested in the Josh Johnson skit? Because it's not very long.
Yeah, but you get
Serendipity.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a Bethany, dude. That sucks.
I don't think I've ever met a woman like that in my life.
Every person has different speeds that they operate at, right? You catch them on one day, they might react to a certain way, another day a certain way. But some people do have like defaults, right? So one thing that's happened in the last like 4 years especially is that anytime a white woman's talking, we jump to Karen pretty quick, right? Like, there's Karens out there, but then sometimes someone will just have a menu and be like, does this one have gluten? And we're like, Karen! Like, that's... It's appropriate when it's appropriate, it's not appropriate when it's not appropriate, right? But for everything, there is its opposite, okay? And I think that for us, we do need to start talking about the complete opposite, because we all know this person. We all know the white woman who doesn't want to make a big deal out of anything. We've all met this person. She could literally be on fire. She's like, y'all, I'm just warm. Like, no. You're in danger, Bethany. Let us help you. Yeah, I mean, like, she could call you. She could call you in the middle of a robbery. She's at the bodega, it's getting robbed right now, and she call you being like, oh no, I don't want to bother her. Just if you get around to dialing those like 3 numbers, it would be really helpful. Every person.
That is from a larger skit called The Body in the Backyard, and it's such a good bit. He is so skilled. But that's Bethany.
I think us Bethany's, my bad.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think us Bethany's are just so fucking desensitized to all the shit that's happening that we're just now just like numb. I could see, a plane crash down the road and I'd be like, fuck. Oh, that doesn't work. It's just shit like that where I'm just like, damn, dude. I feel like it's just desensitized. We just have, what are we gonna do type of.
So, Adrian, given that explanation, which archetypes do you tend to see more on Clubhouse? The Karens, the Jezebels, or the Bethanies?
The Karen Bells. That's what I was trying to say. The Karen Bells.
The Karen Bells.
Yeah. That's what I tend to see. Just a mixture of both. Not so much the Bethany.
One thing that we haven't unpacked is how we as women can be victims of the Karens, Jezebels, and Bethanies. Like, they play on men's talk, but they play, on us too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, especially on this app. I think it's just widespread.
Now, if you asked me what that question that you asked, Adrian. Yeah, if you asked me the same question that you asked Adrian, what do you see most on this app? I wouldn't have answered. I would have answered your question with another question. Which side? The dark side or the light side or the regular side?
Oh man, here we go. Open that can of worms.
I didn't know if we were just going to do gender, if we were
some stuff to say, you know? This could get long, so you guys talk, but, at some point, I have some unloading to do.
I know.
Why don't you share about
spending his time.
right? Why don't you share about 2 or 3 minutes of your adventures on the dark side, and then we'll bring it back, and then we'll do another dive in a little while. And
Nice. Like, what do they call that when comedians do that in Vegas? They do, where they come back and they stay there and they do a little bit more. Anyway,
we'll circle back.
yeah, we'll circle back. So everybody knows my exploits on this app, and I like talking to black people. I'm gonna admit it right now. I like talking to black people and progressives and liberals, and then coming back to see you guys, normal people, mostly normal. So I spend a lot of time over there. Even sometimes I'm just listening. And then, it gets far enough where I have to jump off and come on stage. But my situation, but my wife, who has always been completely opposed to even discussing this issue. She works in New York City. She's had some interesting experiences, but she's been totally opposed to talking about it. She does not believe anything I do. She does not think anything I do. And I'll make it clear, I don't think that there's any kind of mental or physical difference between groups of people. They're just people. But she went on a flight with Spirit Air with my kids without me for the first time in their lives. And she is 92% made of black women. And she called me crying finally after 4-hour flight, getting the plane stopped, this and that. And she goes, "Oh my God, Ricky, they're all right. These women are out of their minds. They're a different group of people. They were so nasty the entire time. They treated us like shit. They yelled at our kids every single time." It was a bad situation too, because everybody was missing their flights and everything else. And so she's going to tell me when I pick her up tomorrow exactly what happened, and I'll let you guys know. But this is not black people. This is, unfortunately, black women are quite a problem. And that's why I want to take away their rights to vote. Thank you, I'm complete.
What is happening?
I want to take away your rights to vote too, not as a person.
We're scratching that.
Yeah. That was.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah, that was just the dive shot. I don't know though. Shout out to Spirit Airlines though, Holly. I'm sorry.
No, dude. Spirit is absolutely anti-white. I've been saying that for years.
Really?
Yes, I've been saying that for years. It's a great place to experience racism as a white person.
Oh, they treated me like gold, bro. Yeah, I love Spirit. I use it every time. I'm definitely blonde hair, blue eyed. I'm like a prodigy for that.
That's a female M&M. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe you said that, Holly. I never flew on
I've done that
Spirit
so
before.
many times.
You never had one crash.
She said, "I can't believe the experience of racism. I've never felt anything like that before." And she's not go ahead.
Has Spirit Airlines ever had a fatal crash? American?
Well, they don't let them fly the planes. They just let them open the cans of ginger ale.
Oh my God.
But seriously, I can't, Holly, I'm going to find out all about it from her.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
We could discuss the reasons for hours. It doesn't mean they're bad people, but culturally, there's some problems there.
Well, airlines in general, the flight attendants and the check-in people, they haven't been happy. It's like a known thing in the airline. There's been a lot of mergers and so the employee satisfaction has really gone down the tube. So I think that's kind of being projected a bit onto the guests.
The articles that come, Holly, are articles of black people being kicked off the plane.
You're searching right now. You should look.
I see articles of 7 African Americans were kicked off of Spirit Airlines because of some dude that was talking some shit. So they talked some shit back, and those people got kicked.
I mean, that's not a surprise, but did you find any?
No, I'm looking.
Wait, what
Okay,
are you
you're
looking for?
researching.
Articles about white people getting kicked off?
Yeah, I look
Or
for a
just treat it
Spirit.
normally.
I look for a Spirit Airlines anti-white, and it showed me an article of black people getting kicked off the airline.
Yeah, you're not gonna find anything because you gotta look in Reddit and you gotta look on like the Instagram, whatever that new thing is, because that stuff is not gonna be articles. Nobody cares about white people getting kicked off the plane. That doesn't sell. Like nobody's gonna click on that. So
You might be able to go to like page 11 of Google.
That's a lot. People do click on stuff like that.
well, it's not
Y'all remember,
gonna pull up in the Google search really.
Y'all remember that white guy that was on the plane that had the Burger King crown on and was screaming?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, because that works with the narrative.
Absolutely was clicking on that shit.
I give points to Reddit though because Reddit almost crashed the stock market with GameStop. So I give props to the Reddit community. They got some power. There's some stuff on Reddit that you definitely won't see on Google or ChatGPT. So I'll give some props to Reddit.
You can't find it anywhere. Reddit is amazing.
Oh, speaking of Reddit, there's a lot of Jezebels that's on this app that is on Reddit, busting it wide open. I ain't gonna say.
How the fuck do you know that?
Because I saw it.
So given your experience on one side, Ricky, what's your experience on the other side?
On my side, I have had nothing but, normal to good experience with black men in my life, like not in a homosexual way, but you know what I'm saying. Except like in the beginning, there was some, because I grew up in a almost all black neighborhood. That was a little tough for the first year or two, but once we had the fights and we played sports together and bloodied each other up, it became really good friends. So I've had very good experience, and with black men and black women, I've also had some very good experiences.
I meant the women.
Well, I think I've had very good experiences with black women, but there's this thing that happens where there's sort of a like, I'm going to be good daddy type of thing that goes on, and I'm sure they wouldn't admit it, but the men in the room can tell you, a white guy with a black girl is a different dynamic than it would be a black guy with a black girl, unless he's really got it going on. Because they just kind of, I don't know, my experience has been they've been prim and proper and not want to do anything wrong, and they've been very, very good to me.
This is how I know you bullshit, bro, because just a few minutes ago you said we all the same. We all the we are not different. No mind, no nothing.
I just wanted to take over your vote. I know you guys have minds. I love your minds. It's a voting thing, that's all. It's nothing to do with you. And if you were as intelligent as a man, you would be able to put that shit down deep down in your soul and forget about it and think what's good for the country, which is women not vote.
You got many personalities.
This is just a prime example of how men are just terrible at examining the intentions of a woman.
Have you ever seen the movie Split, Serendipity? You ever seen that movie Split?
Yeah, it's an amazing movie.
Yeah, that's you, bro. That's men.
Why? Why are you saying that? You think that too, Sig?
No, I'm just laughing because Fox is funny as shit, man.
Totally does. It totally does.
You think I'm like that, but my 90% of my personality is the same as we always are together. But 10% of my personality wants to take away the 19th Amendment. That doesn't mean I'm split. It just means I have like one thing that I want to do that maybe you don't like.
Maybe it's just your train of thought. I feel like you go from A to Q sometimes, and I just miss a bunch of shit. But I feel like you say things, and then you go out the light, and then someone else grabs the light, and they say something completely opposite of what you said earlier. Yeah, and then you're like, what did I say? I didn't say that.
It's supposed to be like,
you're like fucking Hedwig, dude.
That is a great movie.
Like fucking with Drake, bro.
If you haven't seen the movie Split, it is one of the best acting performances I've ever seen, and it's a fantastic movie.
But it's a trilogy, though. You got to see Unbreakable, and then Split, and then Glass, which is it's hard.
Ooh, I didn't see Glass.
Yeah, Unbreakable is the entire train wreck, and with Split, his father was the one who died on that train wreck. James McAvoy, that's his name. His father died on that train wreck in Unbreakable. He was one of the victims. They're all connected, bro. With what's his name, bro? The one in the wheelchair.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Samuel L. Jackson. Mr. Glass, so thank you so much. He orchestrated all of it. He wanted to make them superheroes. That's what Glass is. You gotta see Glass. They all meet up, all of them, all three of them. Bruce Willis, James McAvoy, I think his name is it.
I will. I'll watch it tonight. Well, my family isn't here yet.
But when it comes to Karens, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Buckets.
I was gonna say when it comes to Karens, aren't there different spectrums of Karens? I feel like there's Karens who really call that manager and get shit done, and there's Karens that are just you're walking your dog, you're a threat to my life. I feel like there's all a different spectrum with the Karen cult.
Do you? What about on Clubhouse? Do you see a lot of Karens on Clubhouse?
I see pick-me's on Clubhouse. I see pick-me Karens on Clubhouse. Where they're saying shit to be I'm for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not.
I see a lot of those too.
I used to be that, bro.
Is that baby Monica in here? Hey, baby Monica.
Yeah, blame me.
What's up with all these little babies? I saw a baby marketing campaign. Baby Monica. I saw a news article about these babies today.
I had that mindset, and I don't know, it made me even more ignorant to the truth of what's really going on. But yeah,
Did you say that I had fixed you as a doctor?
Absolutely not. No, you were part of my worst experience on Clubhouse.
Truth is painful.
No, you and those extreme conservatives, man, fucked me up, dude. You guys just ignore all history, bro, all the time. You guys just say that didn't happen. We the best. We freedom over here. Yeah, y'all just some, are I think all radical political sides are delusional. Every single one is an extremist to be shot. And you weren't.
I'm not one of them.
You weren't one of them.
I don't believe that history didn't happen. I talk about it all the time. It happened. It affects people. There's post-traumatic slave syndrome, possibly, and it affects people. You got to delineate between your radicals, okay?
Right.
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think you guys have to be careful because, I've seen some guys behave in some pretty radically egregious ways towards each other. But the most devious people that I have seen on this app, the most dangerous people that I have seen on the app have been the females.
100%.
And they get away with it because they're female, because they're unassuming and sweet and soft-spoken, and they have a pretty PTR. And, I've seen a female go to the extreme of creating a burner account in another guy's name to make fake back channel messages to implicate him and some egregious behavior that was completely untrue.
Inappropriate sexual advances. Inappropriate.
For sure, I believe it 100%.
The one she's talking about, those ones she's talking about be doing shit constantly disrespecting men, interrupting men, and all of this and that to the point where it will cause him to call her bitch.
Ooh, Pocket sent us $25.
And then you see another one that's just like her come off and hey, don't call her bitch. Wait, hold the fuck up. Where the fuck was you at when she was disrespecting me? You didn't say a fucking word. But now you want to say a fucking word when I come off the mic and defend myself? Yeah, fuck you and her.
But you know what, Adrian?
You and her.
Get that shit up, Adrian. Wake it up.
But you know what, Adrian? The thing of it is, there are those for sure. But the ones that are particularly dangerous are the ones that are never going to get in your face about that. They're going to have more of that pick-me attitude. They're going to be the ones that are rah and cheerleading for you to your face. And behind your back, they're going to be doing the most devious shit. Like, that's what I'm talking about. The ones I'm talking about, they're not going to get in your face. They're not going to be aggressive and assertive with you. They're going to be the unassuming ones. The ones who are always, cheering you on. Fight the good fight. And it's the very unassuming ones. Those are the people that have been the most dangerous, I feel like, on this app.
It reminds me of high school, girl. Like when those, because I was bullied, bro, like so bad in high school. And that's why on this app, I'm just like, I'm done with fighting people. But girls are nasty, dude. Like these girls would come to my house, try to, mess with my brother. One girl set my closet on fire, right? And blamed it on me. And we had, like, women are just so nasty and investigators. Don't find anything, bro. These women are finding shit, and it's scary what women are capable of, especially when it comes to disrespecting men and thinking that it's okay to do it just because you're a girl. Like, I will never call a man a bitch, a hoe. I'll never try to hit a man. I feel like those things are becoming so popular, and it's just becoming sick. Like, women are literally getting killed because they're trying to be, this, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's crazy, but
when I said earlier, I see a mixture of Karen bells. What I meant by that is those women that whore themselves out for all the attention and shit, for any amount of attention on this app, and then complain about the attention that they get. The Karen bells. You done got your ass out here in these clubhouse streets, and you hoard yourself out for attention. Now, got some attention, it's just not the attention that you want. Now you're complaining about it. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Karen bells.
Now, I've understood the mashup, and I don't disagree with it. When I opened the room, I can't remember if it was the first time or the second time, I talked about how transitory, like even Josh Johnson said, circumstances might be such that we show our asses, that we exhibit Karen behavior when we're typically a Bethany, or Jezebel behavior when we're typically a Karen. Like it's like a spectrum, right? So I totally can see there's a video that I'm not going to play, but it's called The Power of Victimhood. Or Victimhood is All About Power by the Atlas Society. It's a speech from the foundation that likes Ayn Rand, the libertarian. And it's very good. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Hey, Nye.
Happy Friday, ladies.
Happy Friday.
Sorry I'm late to the...
You are.
It's okay. We just been discussing the Karens, the Jezebels, and the Bethanies.
Of Clubhouse, no less. So what inspired this topic?
So many thoughts. I don't know. It's just a topic that Sarah, Dick, and I were talking about because, just the drama that we've seen in the hallway. And we just felt like we need to kind of unpack it.
Yeah.
So how does one protect oneself from a Karen, a Jezebel, or a Bethany?
I think the Jezebels are the most dangerous. I don't know. I think it comes down to scratching away at the surface level stuff and listening. If you listen to what they say, oftentimes they will reveal themselves.
So
name's George Dean here. Welcome to Politics on the Prairie. We have a great guest today, congressional candidate John Kitover. How are you doing today, John?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Congressional candidate John Kitover. How are you doing today, John?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing real good too. I see you got the whole campaign headquarters going there.
I do. I've got a lot of phones set up. I've got a lot of YouTubes going, Instagrams, X accounts, Clubhouse. I try to do a lot of mass communication for the campaign at home.
I saw that. That's how you got on my radar. Was all the social media. You're probably way better connected in that aspect than your opponent, Phil Hood. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I live in Chicago, 42 years old, and I'm a graduate of the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina, which is a military college. I was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army National Guard, served from 2002 to 2006. And then I've worked in digital marketing, media buying, advertising technology for about the past 20 years, 15 years, and I've worked in the government at the Treasury Department and the Department of Commerce, working in real estate operations, leasing, project management. And I launched this campaign to run for Congress a couple months ago. We've raised about $600, mostly through social audio, through an app called Clubhouse, which is similar to X Spaces. It's basically a Zoom conference call, essentially. It's all audio. And I'm trying to defeat Darren LaHood, who I view as being a negative Republican who's created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. So I'm fighting. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm saying I'm fighting for the people of the district in 16th district in Illinois, for the whole state of Illinois, and for MAGA and Republicans all around the United States who believe that our government is borrowing and spending way too much money, and we have to cut the spending.
That's a pretty big order because he's going to have the Illinois GOP behind him. He'll have some federal law stuff behind him. He's going to have money to spend. Right now, you're at about $600. What's your strategy to counteract that?
It's by having conversations with you in open, frank, transparent manners. It's grassroots, and unfortunately, the algorithm doesn't favor me. It literally create as much content as you can, connect with as many people as you can, and really getting on the ground in Rockford and Peoria. The number one goal of this campaign right now is to get 1,000 signatures on our petitions.
Sure.
So I'm pretty confident over the next 3 weeks on Fridays and Saturdays in Rockford and in Peoria, we'll be able to get the number of signatures to get on the ballot in March.
Don't forget to hit the metro stations in your district. Those are great places to harvest the voters from. Let's go back to LaHood real quick. You call him a rhino, which has become almost cliche at this point. Everyone's a rhino that's running against someone else. When we look at him, though, his voting record isn't. You got to see eye to eye on some stuff. What is it you're not seeing eye to eye on with him that caused you to run here?
Really, it was his COVID-19 response. If you do a cross comparison between open secrets and all the HR acts that he has voted on, it's not a 10% or an 80% correlation. It is a 100% correlation between all open secrets donors and all HR acts. So there's a 100% correlation between HR acts and lobbyists who are essentially paying him to vote for all these funding measures. And it started with the HEROES Act and the CARES Act. The amazing thing about Grok on X is you can use it to go through all the HR acts and identify by the largest acts and whether LaHood voted on it, and then who the Fortune 500 corporations are that receive the most amount of money through those acts. And there's a 100% correlation in open secrets with all his donors. He has over $12 million or over $10 million in his campaign account. And so in my opinion, he's running a skimming operation. And this is what a lot of Congress people are doing. They have 10 to 20 to 30 million in their checking account, all given by lobbyists. So that is primarily the reason why I want to wake people up in the 16th district, say, hey, he has created $20 trillion in debt plus $5 trillion a year over 10 years. He's responsible for spending $70 trillion. What if the people in Illinois District 16 really gotten from LaHood for all those trillions of dollars? He likes to say it's all about jobs at Caterpillar, etc. So, in my opinion, he's wasting the money. we have to stop borrowing and spending, and that's why I'm running against Darren LaHood in the 16th district.
And deference to your campaign too, some of those jobs he talks about didn't really appear. You look at what happened with Stellantis, they only got one of a fraction of those jobs coming back. So it might be good to have someone holding his feet to the fire.
It goes to show you that it is very difficult to create a successful business. I've launched many different businesses, and you can borrow from the taxpayers and create these businesses that go out of business, like Fisker and the electric buses that Pritzker gave us. So it's super hard to create a business, and when a government creates a business by borrowing and taxing, that's not the bedrock or the cornerstone for building a good business. They're set up to fail, and it puts all the debt on future taxpayers. So it's
that's not
an unfair bargain.
No. What did you do in the you're in the Army National Guard? What did you do there? I know you're an officer, so it's a little different. I'm not looking for.
Sure. So I can tell you, I went to the Citadel, which is a prestigious military school in Charleston, South Carolina. And while I was there, 9/11 happened. So I joined the Army National Guard in what they call the simultaneous membership program. So I started out as a PFC, then a specialist, then a sergeant in the infantry. And so I went to Fort Benning, Georgia, practiced warfighting for 4 months in the forests of Georgia, graduated college, got commissioned in intelligence, and I worked in translations, interrogations. The Army is Army work. That's digging trenches, fighting, and being in cities. I didn't deploy to Afghanistan or Iraq. I was all around the United States. And then I started working in digital communications. I think from a forensic accounting standpoint, let alone just AI and the queries that I have put into Grok. If you go to my X account, it's John Kitover, Illinois, that's IL. And I will retweet some of my best Grok queries trying to untangle congressional borrowing and spending, borrowing from the Federal Reserve, really looking at our ledger books, our balance statements, and saying, you know what, guys like Darren LaHood are kicking the can down the road over and over. 10 years now. So this is my background, but I'm really trying to stop the borrowing and the spending. I think it has to become a mantra with Republicans. I'm standing with Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Ron Paul. I supported the Ron Paul campaign from California. I have a good picture with him. And I just believe that we are digging a hole. We have to stop digging this hole of debt and borrowing and spending from the Federal Reserve. We have to cut Medicare, Medicaid. We have to cut the NDAA. And I think we can preserve Social Security, but cutting the military-industrial complex and big pharma are the #2 priorities of my campaign. So that means Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, AstraZeneca, the hundreds of billions of dollars in tax credits that they got from the Big Beautiful Bill, $500 billion a year from taxpayers and tax credits. That is the primary focus of my campaign.
You segued exactly where I wanted to go. I was just going to ask you about the Big Beautiful Bill. That was a huge expansion of spending. So I think you pretty much told us where you stand on that. You weren't exactly pro Big Beautiful Bill then.
We can kill the 2 biggest problems in our society, which is the military-industrial complex and big pharma. We have to cut the Medicare and Medicaid by probably $1 billion to $2 billion a year, and the National Defense Authorization Act by about $200 to $400 billion a year. We'll be able to start paying down the debt. We can lower taxes, and we can stop funding big pharma, which is poisoning us, and the military-industrial complex, which is taxing us and doing military policing around the world. And Darren LaHood has kicked the can and funded this for 10 years. He's been a congressman in the 16th district, and I think the connecting district before redistricting. But he is a can kicker. I'm going to crush his can, and I'm going to recycle it for the American people and for the people in the state of Illinois.
Let's talk about vaccinations. I'm not real clear on where you're on vaccinations as far as if it's just a COVID vaccine or what you stand on other vaccines.
Let me just start with COVID-19 and that vaccine response. The HEROES Act in March of 2020 was the first $1 trillion tranche or omnibus bill that Darren LaHood voted for. And that is the start of it. That's when Pfizer was able to print up 30 billion cocktails. A lot of these vaccines were manufactured in India because it was a patent and it was mass produced around the world.
Yeah.
That's not variable medicine. That's giving one solution to everybody for a problem that Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates and the World Health Organization cooked up in Wuhan, China. So to just immediately go to the 72 vaccine schedule that young people have to take, we're living in a
vaccine industrial complex. It's not a vaccine diet. This is not acute targeted medicine. This isn't variable. This morning on X, we read through MAHA and the February 18-page PDF that was put out by Secretary Kennedy and the NIH. And I think right now, Big Pharma and Kennedy are still colliding, and the gold standard in scientific research has yet to really been proven. I think we're still very much living in a big pharma, big medical industrial complex, which demands the money. And so again, cutting Medicare and Medicaid will choke big pharma, and I think it'll improve our health outcomes. I'm not a fan of all these vaccinations. It's out of control. But why does a 3-year-old need 72 injections? Can you explain that, George? It's insane what we're living with.
I am a nurse, so I can't explain it. These are all diseases we're trying to keep that 3-year-old from having. My grandkids are getting vaccinated now. My children got vaccinated. We had no health problems from those vaccines. I can see why people were upset on the COVID vaccine, because it was, again, I said I was a nurse. One thing we were taught is always the patient's choice whether they take a medicine or they don't. They had COVID jammed down their throat, so I get the anger there. But I never really quite, and I go back as a conservative a long way. I'm almost 60 now. I never ran for Congress. I was a city councilman, though, in Georgia. So I've been involved with Republican politics for a long time. I don't think anyone would say anything other than a conservative. But the things like eliminating smallpox have gone a long way. We couldn't do that without those vaccines. The chicken pox, people live through that. My grandkids are getting, I believe my kids are getting the chicken pox one. I don't think it's hurting anyone. It's keeping them from scarring and later, and protected from shingles a little bit later. But
I would just say that I've seen documentation from the George Bush administration that suggests that Operation Warp Speed was long in the making. I think this is a pandemic, scamdemic, plandemic. I don't trust it. The lockdowns, the baby diaper masks. People are very angry still. And when you bring up COVID-19 vaccines and the lockdown, Darren LaHood told his constituents by X, if you don't take this injection, this pandemic will never end. You have to get vaccinated. Otherwise, you'll never be able to go back to work. That's the type of messaging he put out on his X account. You can search it. Just go to Darren LaHood's X account, type in vaccine, and see what he told everybody. He was doing propaganda messaging, pushing out big pharma talking points. That's not leadership. That's doing what your lobbyists, multi-million-dollar contributors tell you to do. And he's telling everybody on his X account, his Facebook account with 27,000 followers. In my opinion, he's pushing propaganda, and he voted for it. And he took out trillions of loans on your behalf to fund this. We're $37 trillion in debt, and we have $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. That's a total of $137 trillion. So everybody in this country owes over $100,000 right now to the federal government and the balance sheet. And Darren LaHood doesn't talk about it. All he talks about is how the big, beautiful bill is so beautiful. It's not beautiful. It's taxation by loading it on the back end. So in my opinion, he is not leading the people in his district, and he's a failure as a congressional representative in the 16th district. And in Illinois, he's just a can kicker. And I just want to reiterate, everyone has to chant the mantra, stop borrowing, stop spending.
That is good to hear Kamala say, because we go back into what some people call the bipartisan combine. Everyone's just taxing and spending. There really has not been a responsible financial party for a very long time. And it's good to hear people coming up through the ranks and running for office saying, yeah, we got to stop this, because it's not sustainable. You're absolutely right on that. I'm curious too, you went right for a congressional seat. Generally, people coming up through the ranks will say, oh, you're going to start a city council, you'll start at the county board, you'll start at the township level. You went right for Congress. Mostly it seems to be because of the job Darren LaHood's doing. Did you have any thought about starting lower and working up, or was this just you're passionate about ending LaHood's reign in Congress?
Let me just say, this is not the second time I've run for politics. I ran for committee person here in the 45th Ward in Chicago, and that is what created this rocket. That is trying to defeat Darren LaHood, because that experience of dealing with all kinds of low-down, dirty, grimy local politicians and the lawyers and let me just describe to you what happened. So I ran for committee person. I spent about 45 days at the Jefferson Park Blue Line stop. I hired people off of Craigslist. We gathered about 800 signatures. Every single signature was challenged by the Chicago Jam. We were about 60 signatures short. But I filed an appeal. I had to go downtown, go through the election courts, had about 2 trials. The challenger, Estella Richards, the 45th Ward committee woman, never showed up. She couldn't provide any testimony, wouldn't provide any testimony in terms of questioning. So in my opinion, my constitutional rights were denied me, and this deals with ballot access.
Right.
I have no doubt that this time going around, we will get the total number of signatures to actually be on the ballot. It's less than 700.
Right.
And let me tell you, when you file for Congress, it only takes you 15 minutes to file. So my question is, where are the patriots and the Republicans in Peoria and Rockford that want to stand up to all this borrowing and spending? Where are the libertarians even that are not stepping up to the plate? A lot of people aren't getting anything for their vote, but they're still going to vote for Darren LaHood. Yeah, this is why I decided to run for Congress, because the issue is that important, that this is not just whether or not I win or get on the ballot. This is about creating communication to as many people as possible to recite the mantra: stop borrowing, stop spending. Every single year we're borrowing $2 trillion and only taking in $5 trillion. So this is why I'm running and why we have to defeat Darren LaHood in Illinois 16.
This is the old Illinois GOP mantra. It's not your turn yet, right? This is why no one's running, is they go up to their county GOP and they're told it's not your turn. Or in your case, I'm sure you have been told, start smaller, start at the township level, start this. Of course, the Chicago GOP is so completely dysfunctional. Maybe they didn't tell you that, but this is the same thing I hear over and over again as I talk to candidates. They're being told it's not your turn.
Listen, it's everybody's turn. There should be 100 people lining up when there's no filing fee and it takes you 15 minutes. And now there's another Republican candidate running, and I think there's 4 Democrats running against Darren LaHood. So people are waking up and standing up. Darren LaHood really flies under the radar, but he has a very powerful position in Congress. So in my opinion, the more people standing up to Darren LaHood, either we force him to start obeying our Constitution and give us a fair and balanced budget, or he's just going to keep plunging us into debt and creating future tax liabilities for your children. The guy is, in my opinion, dishonest, and I think we have to crush his can that he keeps kicking.
Let's switch up for a little bit. Let's talk about the district you're running for. Your district you're in Chicago, it's in Peoria, it's in Rockford. Let's talk gerrymandering. Where's our solution here? And right now, the Republicans, we're roughly half the state's electorate. We only have 3 congressional seats, one the ones you're running for. Was there hope here? What's the answer here? As long as you're that outnumbered, how do we fix this?
Let me tell you, before working at the Treasury Department doing facilities management, I worked at the Census Bureau downtown Chicago. So I was opening and closing census offices, and it's a lot of work to open a census office to gather that data. And that is the only agency in our Constitution. All these other agencies are not there. The census is the only one that should technically be funded. Most of these other agencies, I think we can eliminate a large percentage of them. These are the top towns in the 16th district, and these are the towns that are voting for Darren LaHood. It's Rockford, which has 148,000. Peoria has 113,000. Bloomington, 78,000. Normal, 52,000. Pekin, 31,000. Belvedere, 25,000. Loves Park, 23,000. I could go on and on. There's a lot of cities. The way to really deal with this gerrymandering and all this insane districting, when you see the map, it looks like this crazy jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah.
So, from my experiences working at the census and hearing and listening and working with higher ups, there's a lot of corruption when it comes to this districting and the Census Bureau itself. So, I think the Trump administration has put forth a bill saying that illegal aliens will no longer be allowed in the districting maps. So, there's a lot of ways to clear up. And the number way to clear up all these problems is transparency. And actually having access to the data that the Commerce Department puts out and what the legislature is using here in the state of Illinois. But running for Congress, I'm looking at bigger issues than just districting here. I'm looking at the national debt, which could sink this ship that we are all on. Illinois is in a fiscal crisis. Chicago's in a fiscal crisis.
Yeah.
Illinois has $200 billion of debt and $60 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. My father is a retired Chicago police officer. And in my opinion, Chicago and Illinois are being run like Clown Town. This is clown world we're living in. People aren't transparent. All they want to do is racial identity politics, and we're not being fiscally conservative. We are. This is my biggest gripe that Elon Musk helped expose, which is through Doge. If you look at all the screenshots on the Doge X account, it's all for DEI and climate change education. Hundreds of billions of dollars in education grants. Northwestern isn't getting, I think, what is it, $500 million? All of these huge institutions that have huge endowments, why is the federal government funding all of this? We're $37 trillion in debt. So again, I want to reiterate the mantra: stop borrowing, stop spending.
They're funding it because the Democrats are in charge, and this is how you make more Democrats, right? You turn the schools into your propaganda mills. Not saying Northwestern isn't an excellent school, you wouldn't get an excellent education there, but it's also turned out a lot of excellent socialists and communists over the last 20 years. That's why that's happening.
They're winning, George. They're winning, and they're in control of our money. Illinois is a Democrat industrial complex. I have a book over here from the Democratic Party in the 1950s. They don't look like that today. They are so unprofessional and so Marxist and so radical. The stuff that comes out of Chicago politics is absolutely deranged. The mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, he said just the other day that white structural racism and supremacy is the blame for the 600 deaths during the heat wave in 1997. You know, what does that have to do with the debt and the deficits? The Chicago Public Schools has, what, $170 or $715 million deficit or something. So the point is, they're not talking. I want accountants and forensic accountants and people, financially minded people running the government, not the insane political spam that they spew every single day. Darren LaHood does it the same way, but in a different way. He takes photos with veterans, takes photos with the police. You know, his dad, Ray LaHood, is an Obama transportation secretary. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and in my opinion, Obama is the worst president this country has ever had. There's other things about Ray LaHood that people shouldn't forget. That he had $50,000 in cash that some Nigerian scammer gave him that the FBI investigated, and the FBI took Darren LaHood's laptop. So this is a very politically connected family, a very powerful family, and I need this video to hopefully go viral so people can donate to this campaign to defeat Darren LaHood, because he's going to keep kicking the can and create $2 trillion a year every single term he gets. So if you want to stop the borrowing and spending with me, go to johnforcongress.com. You can text the campaign directly at 312-498-0517. And on johnforcongress.com, click on the blog section. You can see our antidote link to make a donation. I'll update the site after this interview, because hopefully I'll push it out and we'll get a lot of views and raise more money, because I live in Chicago in the Northwest side. I'm going to drive up to Rockford. I'm going to drive to Peoria. I'm going to drive to Bloomington and Normal, Illinois, and I hope to meet people in the streets or at the bars or at the train stops who have watched this video and want to sign on the petition to defeat Darren LaHood.
Your district is frankly crazy too, the way they drew that up. And again, it's another way to, it's all about suppressing Republican vote. So you wonder why people aren't lining up to run for it. Who wants to drive from Chicago to Rockford, Peoria every weekend, which is where you're at, right? You've got to reach out, you got to knock on doors, you got to talk to people, and they put you in a position where it's almost impossible to cover the ground you need to cover to actually win this thing.
It's not that many signatures, so I'm not stressed out about it. To become a committee person in the Chicago GOP, it's the same number of signatures as it is to become a congressperson.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
It's insane. And I think there's a lot of Republicans, and this is the interesting thing. If you go to Darren LaHood's X account and you look at the comments section, it's nothing but hate for Darren LaHood. And I know a lot of it is probably liberal Democrats replying, but there are a lot of Republicans that are sick of the borrowing and spending.
That's the frustrating part of our demographic, I think. Like I said, this is something that we talk about a lot, but don't act on it. When we do act on it, going back to the big, beautiful bill, there are good things or there are bad things. The debt we're taking on clearly is the bad thing. Let's talk about, or let's go back and talk about something we're talking about too, and that's the identity-based politics and everything, and the amount of hatred there is out there now. What do you think the answer is there? How do we bring not just Republicans back into the fold that may have left because of things like the deficit, but also bring Democrats around to thinking where they're a loyal opposition again, as opposed to just crazy race-baiting lunatics that they're out for blood and hate the president. You know, I mean, there's not a lot of logic to what we're doing. How do we fix this?
I hope you get a chuckle out of my response here. So I would just ask for a moment of silence and stillness and take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. It's wisdom and education. So I think I've spent a lot of time doing a lot of yoga, reading a lot of books, going to the gym. For me, preparing for this moment, it's the now. So I feel like my whole life, the destiny has led up to running against Darren LaHood in the 16th district. And to me, all the racial identity politics, there's a lot of ways to be political. I would say that the debt, the national debt, is a way to be political. Vaccines are a way to be political. Abortion is a way to be political. I can name 10 to 100 other ways that one can be political. And so really to me, it's wisdom education, reading scripture, reading sacred texts that point out eternal truths, universal truths amongst all of us. So when somebody does a racial identity political attack or brings it up in the discourse, I just consider it spam and political. If I was to pull out my Bible flashcards here and read you a bunch of sacred scripture, you could say that's being political, but I would also add that it's education in terms of wisdom. That is the only real true response I have to people who want to do racial identity politics.
All right, so you touched on your big issues are the immunizations and the budget. What else would your term in Congress focus on outside of those two issues?
I meditated on this. If you were the leader of a tribe, what would you want for the people in your tribe? Or you're a congressperson or a president or the leader of a business. It's primarily, you do not see in Darren LaHood's X account, he never talks about his constituents' property taxes. He doesn't talk about their income tax. He talks about, hey, I don't want you to be able to file for free with the IRS, so I'm going to get rid of that so H&R Block and Tax Pro can keep charging you another $200 to $300 a year to file. So this is the issue, is lowering Illinois and District 16 property taxes, lowering their income taxes, and lowering their public debt and their private debt. Those would be four issues that I would want to look out for if I was the leader of the 16th district as a congressperson in terms of legislation. Again, I want to lower your property taxes, lower your income taxes, lower your public debt, which is the national debt at $37 trillion, as well as the state of Illinois, and also lower your private debt. Now, if that means lowered interest rates, that means asking Chairman Powell politely to lower the rate from 4 to 7% down to 1%. Yeah. So it's all artificial. We're doing it to ourselves. We're stressing ourselves out. The system is stressed out, and therefore we are going to be more stressed out. But a lot of this is of our own making, and we are our own worst enemy. Again, Darren LaHood voted for the HEROES Act, the CARES Act. I could read them to you from my ex right now. I wanted to come more prepared with a lot more grok data. But if you go to John Kitover, Illinois, I will re-query and create more queries that I hope people who watch this video will go to John Kitover ILNX, follow me, and you can see a lot of these queries, which is really just forensic accounting and data analytics of the Treasury.gov app. So Thomas Massey has a lapel that says 37 trillion. That data from his Wi-Fi lapel comes from Treasury.gov, straight from the Treasury API. So if you go to usdebtclock.org, they use a different API, but nonetheless, you can get a better picture of the financial balance sheet of the United States of America. And so when Darren LaHood, through the Big Beautiful Bill Act, gives the Fortune 500 $500 billion a year in tax credits, that's all future tax liabilities for you. It's transferring it from the Fortune 500 to we the people. That's not why you're voting for Darren LaHood, is it? I hope it's not, because if you are, you're voting for your own demise. We're giving ourselves away. The Declaration of Independence says they are eating out our substance. And in my opinion, Darren LaHood is eating out the substance of America and the people in the 16th district. And Illinois politics is so corrupt and the people are so sleazy. It's taking a grassroots effort of a guy in Jefferson Park in the northwest side of Chicago to say no more borrowing and spending.
You talked about cuts. There are two. You mentioned that I was specifically interested in cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, but it's not going to go with the older people on Medicaid, the older voter. And you also talked the cuts on defense. You talked about $400 million in cuts in defense. $400 billion. Yeah. Where do you see these cuts coming from? What are we cutting to come up with these numbers?
So Medicare, Medicaid, the average amount per citizen spent is about $15,000 to $18,000. That money is going to health insurance and to large hospital providers and to administrative expenses like doctor salaries, nurse salaries, etc. It's almost $20,000 a person. And if you have advanced diseases and you're on 30 prescriptions, now you're talking about $60,000 a year or $160,000 a year. The point is, we have to take these two snakes that are drowning this nation in debt, Big Pharma and health insurance and the military-industrial complex. We have to start choking these two snakes, otherwise the whole ship is going to sink into hyperinflation. By 2050, the United States government will be paying $4 trillion a year in interest on the national debt. And we're only taking in $5 trillion a year because of these two snakes. You can look at it like the rod of Caduceus. You're in every single scene. These are the two snakes choking our livelihood in this country. Everybody is on the hook for this money, but we keep kicking the can down the road. So we have to stop borrowing and stop spending.
But where are these cuts coming from? So you want to cut defense, we're deployed all over the world. You're a veteran too. I'd hate to, my son's in the Marine Corps, I served in the Marine Corps. I'd hate to see cuts that are going to endanger the people that are out there protecting us. And like I said, as far as Medicare cuts go, you got an uphill battle on that one because half the people are going to vote for you aren't going to like that. So what are you cutting there?
I just want to reiterate, my economic philosophical position deals with transparency and shedding light on the problems. We have to set priorities. If we want to have a lethal fighting force that is capable of going anywhere in the world to destroy our enemy who may commit terror against us, we have to set priorities. And if that means decommissioning or not building the next generation of aircraft carriers or fighter jets, we have to remember priorities. And if that means Fortune 500 corps aren't, a lot of this is going to crush the stock market. I don't want to take the oil out of the engine. I want to essentially optimize the oil that we're using. We have to optimize our spend. This is like a game. This is essentially game theory. And unfortunately, we are at 40% of our economy is all based on borrowed money, borrowing and spending. That's not an authentic, transparent economy. So the sooner we actually get real and stop being children and say, hey, okay, in this country. Everybody is on the hook for this money, but we keep kicking the can down the road. So we have to stop borrowing and stop spending.
But where are these cuts coming from? So you want to cut defense, we're deployed all over the world. You're a veteran too. I'd hate to, my son's in the Marine Corps, I served in the Marine Corps. I'd hate to see cuts that are going to endanger the people that are out there protecting us. And like I said, as far as Medicare cuts go, you got an uphill battle on that one because half the people are going to vote for you aren't going to like that. So what are you cutting there?
I just want to reiterate, my economic philosophical position deals with transparency and shedding light on the problems. We have to set priorities. If we want to have a lethal fighting force that is capable of going anywhere in the world to destroy our enemy who may commit terror against us, we have to set priorities. And if that means decommissioning or not building the next generation of aircraft carriers or fighter jets, we have to remember priorities. And if that means Fortune 500 corps aren't, a lot of this is going to crush the stock market. I don't want to take the oil out of the engine. I want to essentially optimize the oil that we're using. We have to optimize our spend. This is like a game. This is essentially game theory. And unfortunately, we are at 40% of our economy is all based on borrowed money, borrowing and spending. That's not an authentic, transparent economy. So the sooner we actually get real and stop being children and say, hey, okay, a lot of this net profit is just because Congress is borrowing and spending through HRX and the Federal Reserve. Chairman Powell said, we don't ask Congress for monetary advice, and we don't give fiscal advice. Whatever Congress does is a given, and we put it in our models. What kind of leadership response is that from the head of the Federal Reserve? You know, let's set some priorities and say, you know what? We have to optimize and be effective in our deployment, our spending. It's the way a business runs. When I was at the Treasury Department, I asked the senior leader, I said, are we allocating spending to locations where we know we're going to get a better ROI? Why are we building all these new offices if this area of the country has no good GDP? We need to go where, if you're going to tax, go where the money is. It doesn't matter. We just got to spend, and we got to spend. That's how they act. There's no optimization of our game theory as an economy. It's unpatriotic, and we're already 37 trillion in debt. Back in 2001, when 9/11 kicked off, we had $2 trillion in debt. That's manageable. 37 trillion is a crisis, and Chairman Powell says it's totally unsustainable. And in fact, he did a Freudian slip, and he said it's unsustainable at the moment. And we're approaching that level where if Congress doesn't wise up and people don't start following Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, a lot of other Republicans in the Liberty Caucus, and a lot of libertarians are still very vocal about this, but you will not see Darren LaHood come on your podcast or ever put out any messaging about the national debt. He does not want you thinking about it.
Let's close on the Social Security. Also unsustainable. What I call a pyramid scheme. Any efforts to privatize any of it have always failed. How do we fix that? Because whatever we wind up doing, if you're a congressman, there's a chance it's going to start to collapse on you. So what are your thoughts on that?
So some people might not like this response because maybe it's not fiscally conservative enough, but Social Security is it's the second largest line item. I want to keep it 100% intact, but I want, as Doge did, eliminate all the fraud, waste, and abuse in it, especially international fraud. There's still probably a lot of international schemers and scammers ripping that system off. But again, if you look at the snake analogy of Medicare, Medicaid, the medical industrial complex, and the National Defense Authorization Act, and our military industrial complex, the middle pillar is really us. It is our Social Security. So let's actually just enhance the program. If we take away from big military and big pharma, we can increase payouts to Social Security recipients who, at this point, are 100% involved in a Ponzi scheme. We're $37 trillion in debt, and we're paying over $1 trillion a year in interest to serve $1 billion mortgage that costs us $1 trillion a year, and every year we keep adding $2 trillion to the 37 trillion.
Right.
So again, we have to start making cuts, and we have to start paying down the debt. But I say preserve Social Security, because that Ponzi scheme, you paid into it. Plus, you got to pay income taxes on the money you already paid in. So you're double tax, triple tax. You're taxed from every degree of reality, and that is not the way America was set up to be. We need to maximize liberty, maximize our freedom, and be fiscally conservative. We've gone through a 25-year war, and then a big pandemic scamdemic. After periods of warfare, you practice austerity. So this isn't a debt derangement syndrome rant. This is an American austerity syndrome that people need to start getting infected with, because if you're not part of the problem, you are literally plunging your children into forever debt. There's not going to be some debt jubilee. There's not going to be some meeting of the minds. This is a comprehensive financial system that doesn't forgive debt at the national levels. We owe this to China, Japan, the UK. We owe it to the Federal Reserve. So until people start repeating my mantra, stop borrowing, stop spending, and vote for John Kitover in the 16th district, do not let Darren LaHood kick this can down the road any further. Hold him accountable. Demand a town hall and let him know your feelings about the COVID-19 mass vaccination, about the national debt. Let him know how you really feel about how he's representing you, and if he actually has your best interest at heart, or he has him and his own families. And AT&T, everybody has given to Darren LaHood. And the last thing I want to say is LaHood gave us the Broadband Act, which is a $65 billion giveaway to Comcast, AT&T, Verizon. I want to hear one person in the 16th district that has ever gotten high-speed internet that they didn't already have it before, and that Darren LaHood didn't just give you a pile of debt and taxes on the back end.
I would say you're going to be hard pressed to find that person. I think we were pretty okay on broadband by the time, in this area, at least by the time that happened. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was John Kitover, congressional candidate. I had a great time talking to him today. We'll have you back as you pass the primary. Good luck on your petitions. And what do you want to say on the way out? What's your elevator pitch to our watchers?
If you live in Rockford, if you live in Peoria, if you live in Bloomington, Normal, Pekin, Belvedere, Loves Park, Mackenzie Park, East Peoria, Morton, Washington, Dixon, Morris, Shanahan, Streeter, Pontiac, Roscoe, Harvard, Rochelle, South Beloit, Rockton, go to johnforcongress.com, that's with a 4, or text the campaign at 312-498-0517. That's 312-498-0517. Or go to johnforcongress.com. I need your campaign contributions so I can get on the road, come to your town, shake your hand, get your signature on our petition. And we have to get 1,000 signatures within the next 2 weeks. And I hope that this video goes viral. I will push it out across all my platforms. And I'm also going to take our campaign contributions that we've raised, and I'm going to run this video as an advertisement in your town, in Rockford, in Peoria, through Google, YouTube. So if you want to donate, you want this message of liberty and fiscal conservatism and anti-mRNA spike proteins in you every single turn, that Bill Gates wants you to eat spike proteins, basically. So I'm trying to mix in a little comedy, but I hope people are resonating with the message that we have to stop borrowing and spending. It's what's causing all of these problems. And we're $37 trillion in debt. We have a $37 trillion mortgage with a $1 trillion annual interest payment. You didn't sign up for that when you voted for Darren LaHood, and he's going to keep giving it to you. So I need your help. I need your support. Go to johnforcongress.com. Thanks, George.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll cut it here. Send me all your social accounts. We'll put it in the show notes and everything so people can see it. And I'm going to try to have this out. Today's what, Tuesday? I'm going to try to have it out by Friday. All right?
Okay, God bless Church. I really appreciate you, and I'm so happy that you're so well organized and helped me create this message. God bless you, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Welcome to Being in the Way with Alan Watts. I'm Mark Watts, your host, and today's talk is on Being God, which was recorded in 1971 in New York City at a conference on Western therapy and Eastern religions. Like last week's talk, Zen Bones, it's a big hall presentation given to hundreds of people who attended the conference. And in it, my father explores both Western therapy and Western religion, nor Western religions are particularly equipped to deal with individuals who've had these experiences. And in the course of the talk, he invites everyone there to participate with him in a clinical experiment in which he positions himself as a patient who's had one of these experiences and believes himself to be God, and invites the audience to ask any questions they like. The results are lively, at times hilarious, and definitely enlightening, as he pivots from idea to idea and question to question and delivers a remarkable performance. And now here's Alan Watts in On Being God.
Between Western psychology, psychiatry, and psychotherapy, and the so-called religions of Asia, there is common ground, because both are interested in changing states of human consciousness. Whereas institutional Western religions are more concerned with behavior, doctrine, and belief than with any transformation of the way in which we are aware of ourselves and of the world. But this matter concerns psychiatry and psychology very much. Only those states of consciousness which
in New York City at a conference on Western therapy and Eastern religions. Like last week's talk, Zen Bones, it's a big hall presentation given to hundreds of people who attended the conference. And in it, my father explores both Western therapy and Western religions, Western religions are particularly equipped to deal with individuals who've had these experiences. And in the course of the talk, he invites everyone there to participate with him in a clinical experiment in which he positions himself as a patient who's had one of these experiences and believes himself to be God. And he pivots from idea to idea and question to question and delivers a remarkable performance. And now here's Alan Watts in On Being God.
Between Western religions are more concerned with behavior, doctrine, and belief than with any transformation of the way in which we are aware of ourselves and of the world. But this matter concerns psychiatry and psychology very much. Only those states of consciousness which are not normal are usually treated in Western exceptions. In the work of Jung, and to some extent even of Grodek and Ronald Lang, changing consciousness is often looked upon as a form of therapy. But in general, different states of consciousness from the normal are regarded as a form of sickness. And therefore, official and institutional psychiatry constitutes itself the guardian of sanity and of socially approved experience of reality. And very often it seems to me that reality appears rather much the way the world is seen on a bleak Monday morning. In this official doctrine, I might even say dogma, of what reality is. Because after all, we know that, and the metaphysical and mythological assumptions of that science still underlie a great deal of psychological thinking, in behaviorism eminently, but also to a large extent in official psychoanalysis. Indeed, one might say that psychoanalysis is based on Newtonian mechanics and in fact could be called psychohydraulics. Not that that analogy is altogether inappropriate, because there are certainly respects in which our psychic life flows and exhibits the dynamics of water. But of course, we want to know what kind of water. And for the scientific naturalism of the 19th century, the basic energies of nature were considered to be very much inferior to human consciousness in quality. Ernst Haeckel, a biologist of that time, would think of human consciousness as being less evolved, because you must remember that this was also the time of Darwin's theories of evolution, of seeing the human mind as a fortuitous development from much more primitive forms of life, coming forth by purely mechanical processes, by natural selection and by the survival of the fittest. And therefore, man was in general seen as a fluke of nature, an embodiment of reason, emotion, and values, for which the more basic processes of nature had no sympathy and about which they did not care. If, therefore, the human race is to flourish, we must take charge of evolution. It can no longer be left to spontaneous process, but it must be directed by human ingenuity, despite the fact that although our brains are capable of dealing with a colossal number of variables at once, our conscious attention is not. Most people cannot consider more than 3 variables at the same time without using a pencil. And this shows that in many ways, the scanning process of man's conscious attention is very inadequate for dealing with the infinitely many variables, the multidimensional processes of the natural universe. However, a serious attempt has been made, and scientific naturalism issued in a fantastic fight with nature. In this whole notion of the conquest and subordination of nature, which has, as a matter of fact, very ancient, non-scientific and biblical origins, with the idea of man as the head and chief and ruler of nature in the image of God. And the time has now dawned upon us all when our attempts to beat nature into submission are having alarming results. Because we see that it's very dangerous to mess around with processes that we don't understand, that have enormous numbers of variables, and we begin to wonder whether we hadn't better let well enough alone. At the same time, although I said that Western psychology had more common interest with Oriental religion than it does with Western religion, there is a sense in which psychiatry and psychotherapy are becoming the religion of the West. Psychoanalysis has much in common with the forms and procedures of institutional religion. There is, for example, apostolic succession, the passing down of mana, of qualified power to practice therapy, from the father founder, Sigmund Freud, through his immediate apostles, to an enormous company of archbishops and bishops, among whom there are, of course, as there were with Christianity, heresiarchs, such as Jung and Grodek and Rank and Reich. And there is the sacrament of the couch. There is the spiritual discipline of free association. There is the mystic knowledge of the interpretation of dreams. There are also the 2 great symbolic fetishes, the long one and the round one. Now, it's extraordinarily easy to make fun of all this. And we must not forget that we owe a tremendous debt to Freud, if for nothing else than pointing out that much of ourselves of which we are aware in terms of the conscious ego is not really ourselves. It is something superficial. However we define its nature, it is superficial. And the realities of human life are not under the gaze of its scanning process, at least not in the ordinary way. And that was a tremendous, and I think Thomas Sass in his books, The Myth of Mental Illness and The Manufacture of Madness, is pointing out something extremely important to us, which is that in effect, the psychological official of today is the priest, and that he is beginning to exercise the same sort of controls over human life as were exercised by the church in the Middle Ages. So Padua would have had in the year 1400. Now you must realize that the theologians of those days not simply believed in their cosmology and the theology, despite the fact that they change their opinions very often, while they hold them, they have in effect the force of dogma, as witness the anathematization of Velikovsky for his uncomfortable ideas. And therefore, there are heresies existing today which are persecuted in the same way they are persecuted out of kindness, in exactly the same way that the Holy Inquisition persecuted heresy out of kindness and deep concern for human beings. That is unimaginable to us, but it was so. For after all, if you seriously believe that someone who did not hold the Catholic faith and who voluntarily rejected it would be tortured physically and spiritually forever and ever and ever in hell, you would resort to almost, if that didn't work, the thumbscrew and the rack and the Iron Maiden. And if that didn't work, as a last desperate resort, you would burn him at the stake in the pious hope that in the midst of those searing fires he would
they want to add?
Just everybody have a lovely Friday evening, and thanks Serendipity for hosting yet another wonderful program.
Absolutely, after party in the muff.
It's always going down in the muff.
Always going down in the muff. All right, everybody have a good night. Bye.
Look at this cold going down in the mouth.
Watch me find a loan through NerdWallet. The form is free and won't affect your credit.
Desperate resort, you would burn him at the stake in the pious hope that in the midst of those searing fires he would think better and make a last act of perfect contrition, and so be rescued from everlasting damnation. And you did all this in the spirit of this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. In the spirit of a surgeon who is very, very sorry indeed that he has to make you undergo this extremely painful operation. But it is in your best interests, and there really is at least a 50-50 chance that you may survive. And so, therefore, in the scientific medical spirit, people may be very arbitrarily and without due process deprived of their civil rights, incarcerated in prisons that are in many cases much worse than prisons for criminals, and generally left to rot, be neglected and ignored, and when bumptious, given shock treatment or put in solitary confinement. For what? Because they have unorthodox and heretical states of consciousness. A lot of these people are not dangerous until provoked into being dangerous by being ignored, by being treated as machines, and generally defined as non-human. And if you are defined as non-human, there's precious little you can do about it. Way and with different ears. And you will have one hell of a time talking yourself out of it. Because there really are no rules as to what one must do when incarcerated for having unorthodox consciousness, there is no clear road to repentance. And this is found likewise in jails, where people are incarcerated on 1 to 10-year sentences, as in places like Vacaville, California, where when I visited such prisons, young men have come to me in perfect desperation, saying, I don't know what's happened to me, because I want to live like a decent citizen. I know I've done things that are wrong, but I simply don't know what is expected of me here. If I try to do what's expected, they say I'm compliant. And that's the discussion of the types of school children who may very well need therapy. There were overachieving children. There were underachieving children. There were children who exhibited erratic patterns. There were children who were sort of dully mediocre. In fact, every sort of child can be given a diagnostic name for his behavior which sounds sick. As Jung once suggested, life itself is a disease with a very poor prognosis. It lingers on for years and invariably ends with death. Hands of psychiatrists is amazingly dangerous. For I would suggest that today we know about as much concerning the human mind as we knew about the galaxy in 1300. And that while there are indeed individuals who are certainly able to perform psychotherapy, it is the sheerest arrogance for anybody to say that he is put the tools for doing these things into people's hands, and you can show them how to use the tools. But whether they will use those tools with genius is quite unpredictable. And this is above all true of the art of psychotherapy. We don't know how it's done. We've got some vague ideas. There are probably some people who, by reason of their mental derangement, are probably not qualified to perform it, because they are maybe out just to make other people into messes. But to say that there are certain standards and certain examinations that can be passed and certificates that could be issued, which do indeed qualify people for this work, is, I think, pernicious nonsense. And is used, of course, out of economic self-interest when those who consider themselves official therapists run into competition. The same was done by religion. I was talking, imagine it, to a Buddhist priest in Thailand some years ago. I was looking at some books in a bookshop in the precincts of a Buddhist temple. And I was wandering over, and I noticed a book on a certain form of Buddhist meditation. And I murmured, Satipatthana, which is the name of a certain kind of Buddhist meditation. Red eyes looking at me. I said, not exactly Satipatthana. I use a different method. It's called Zen. Oh, Satipatthana, not Zen. I said, oh, well, it's something like it, isn't it? No. Well, it's rather like yoga, I said, isn't it? Not yoga. No. Satipatthana, different. Only right way. Well, look, I said to him, I have a lot of Roman Catholic friends who tell me that their way is the only right way. Who am I to believe? You know, I said, you're like someone who's got a ferry boat for crossing the river. I use the Buddhist simile. And another fellow down the stream has opened up ferry business. And you go to the government and say, he's not authorized to operate a ferry boat because he's competition to you. Let all operate ferry boats who will. And if you haven't got the sense to stay off one that sinks, it's your fault. And after all, I could say to him, you believe that everything that happens to you is your own karma. But why worry? But now, it's so interesting that since official psychiatry, and I underline that word official because I hope those of you in this audience who are therapists will regard yourselves as unofficial. At least that'll give you an out. But nevertheless, official psychiatry has curious things in common with Western religion, as well as with Eastern. With Eastern, I said, only insofar as it has an interest in states of consciousness and inclines to regard other states of consciousness than the ordinary as sick. But it has one very important feature in common with Western religion. And to that, we have to go a little bit into Western religious history and ask ourselves what in Western religion, and especially in Christianity, and this goes also for Judaism, Islam, what is the great heresy? Curiously enough, the great heresy was first in the West committed by no less a person than Jesus Christ, who believed himself to be God. This, of course, will be unquestionably true if you think that the Gospel of St. John has historical value. It's a little vaguer in the Synoptic Gospels, but if you read the Gospel of St. John, there is absolutely no doubt about it, for he said, I and the Father are one. He who has seen me has seen the Father. Before Abraham was, I am. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the resurrection and the life. He said all that according to this gospel. And that is something that in the Western world you are not supposed to say. Especially you are not supposed to believe it. And naturally it was very difficult for Jesus because he was saying all this in the context of the Hebrew culture. And he tried to find language in the Hebrew scriptures. As I read it, he had cosmic consciousness, otherwise known as mystical experience, otherwise known as moksha to people. It has happened as far back as we know. It happens all over the world and in all cultures. We don't know very much about it. We don't really know ways in which to make it happen, because it seems to be of the nature of it that it is a spontaneous surprise. But it unquestionably happens. And most people keep their mouths shut about it when it does. I had a friend who, in the middle of having a stroke, had this illumination. And he said to me, I fear to speak to my friend. This was my friend Jean Varda, lately deceased Greek painter. But Jesus certainly had this transformation of consciousness, and he was crucified for it. Why? Because he had committed an act of insubordination and treason and an omnipotent authority, shall we say a sort of cosmic ego. Then to claim to be that is to introduce democracy into the kingdom of heaven, to usurp divine authority, and to speak in its name without proper authorization. And they asked Jesus, by what authority do you speak? Of heaven or of men? And he was tricky about answering that one. He said, by what authority did John the Baptist speak? And they were nervous about answering that one. He could have asked, by what authority did Isaiah speak, etc., or Moses. But Moses became official authority. And if you could wangle it that what you said was simply an extension of what Moses said, because Rabbi so-and-so said it, who got it from Rabbi so-and-so, who got it from Rabbi so-and-so, who got it from Moses, then it's okay. Notice this, that to be an authority today in the academic world depends on documentation. It's not enough to say, for I say unto you, you must put in your footnotes. And the more the footnotes, the more the authority, obviously. So, our dissertations tend to be books about books, about books, about books. And our libraries multiply by mitosis. So, when somebody speaks as an authority, that means speaks as the author. That's all it means.
for which Christians mean when they say to speak in the Spirit, to have your mouth possessed by the Holy Spirit, as they believe the mouth of Jesus was possessed by the Holy Spirit. So the gospel of Jesus, which of course was hushed up from its inception, was that wake up everybody and find out who you are. Asking that, again in the Gospel of St. John, they, pointing to his disciples, may be one, even as you know. And he said, many good works have I shown you from the Father, and from which of these do you stone me? And they said, for a good work we don't stone you, but for blasphemy, because you being a man make yourself God. Now listen to the reply. He said, is it not written in your law?
I would play my cards, and I will, as a man, I got to show my cards first, you know. I mean, it makes sense and it doesn't make sense for people, but hopefully it makes sense because I want to show my cards, and this is what I want. And let's talk, to be honest with you. Girl, sometimes, you know, guys, we're very insecure. I'll tell you that for sure, 1,000%. And that is me giving you the game. We men are very, very insecure. And I'll tell you how we're insecure.
I think all men are insecure.
I'll tell you how.
Okay. Well, hold on, because the father topic is a room that's going to be going on tomorrow. So we're not going to. I don't want to have a long conversation about it tonight.
Very quick.
I have to push back on you. I don't think all men are insecure.
Oh, okay. So, I honestly, I'm sure, not all, because you can never say all, but the majority. And I'll tell you why. You know, I'm a man myself. And I hang around with men, so I'll tell you where the insecurity comes from. Is even though they meet good girls, you know, and they go out. So what they do is,
hold on a second, Hussein. Hold on a second. BB, I'd love to hear your thoughts on men and insecurity. I think all people go through insecure periods of time in their life for sure. But I don't know that I even agree with this assessment that most men are insecure. What do you think?
No. I don't think most men are. I think you just have to be, I wouldn't say most men are. I would say most men are, but I believe that some men aren't. be true to yourself. You have to be able to love yourself, have lunch with yourself, and just not be. I don't know, man. And for me, I'm not.
I'll tell you, this is my thinking. Like for me, I think it's innate for men to be protective, for them to be providers, for them to be leaders. And I think that you would probably struggle with some of those responsibilities if there wasn't at least some extensive level of security in yourself. Like, I don't know. I think that's innate in men.
I'll tell you how.
I think no. You're saying you're going to spend 20 minutes trying to prove one point.
No, it's not 20 minutes. It's
I've been in lots of rooms. It's very hard, but I think a lot of it is just being like, it's okay to be sensitive and emotional, and then other men or other people think that man he's being insecure. It's not. You can be sensitive, emotional, be angry, be happy. You're allowed to have feelings, emotions.
It's not that.
It is, because some men are afraid. Okay, so some men are afraid to show their emotions. They hide them. That's a form of insecurity. By being secure, you should be secure in your emotions. If you're sad one day, you're happy one day,
I'll tell you one shot.
I'll tell you how. Fuck myself. You guys wouldn't know when you're wrong.
You know, it is. I'll tell you how. It's not me, but it's the people around me. There's a lot of people that come here now. Not you, but in this Western world, you know, and what is it? Very educated, smart people, you know, and just what do I have to do? So they have the smarts.
Hold on a second. Because I don't like when men sit up on stages and pontificate. Can you mute up for just a second? I'm getting feedback. I don't like it when men sit up on stage and educate about the inner workings of women and how they understand what women think and how they act and who they are. So I certainly want to do that to you, which is why I want to invite the men that are on the stage. I think maybe if you sit and listen, I'd like to get some different perspectives and just see if other men are reading that the same way that you have. Project or Joe, do you guys have anything to contribute to the statement that most men are insecure?
Men are weak.
Bro, she just asked you to mute up and speak from other people.
And I did.
Yeah, well, I'd like to hear from maybe Project or Joe or anybody else in the audience that might want to come up and comment on the insecurity of men.
Please do.
Well, I'll say this, that let me just tell before you start. Who you told me? I'm dying here.
All right, let's let Joe go.
I'd say that from a perspective of people, we are insecure at different points in our lives and in different situations. When we have anxiety and frustration over a challenge or problem that we cannot think about how to solve it, that can be the onset of insecurity. It's not a singular thing. It's things that happen when we're faced with good and bad things. And insecurity can be a problem for us. I don't think it's a male or female thing. How it manifests itself between women and men, that can be different. But we all face insecurity. How we deal with it will differ.
Project, what about you?
Serendipity.
was saying, bro, you have to learn some social cues, man.
Project.
I do. I just wanna.
Isn't that a good question? I'm trying to interrupt again.
I was saying I'll give you the floor after Project speaks. I would love to hear Project's perspective on this.
I can't. I want to ask you a question, right? So, if you had a choice, right? If you could order, and you had a choice, you say, would you want a big brain or a big cock? What would you prefer?
Man, fuck big cock.
Not big cocks. He said cuck, okay? Let's keep it clean, gentlemen.
What that?
Project.
I said cock.
He said big cock.
Did you wait?
He said big cock. Fuck big cock. For real. Fuck big cock. I don't give a fuck about big cock, man. You can have a. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna leave myself.
Yo, you are bullshit, bro.
Hey, Sid, tell me what's your question?
No, that was the question.
Was that your question?
Yeah. You answered it, right?
Man, all right then. So that was his question. Is you have a big cock or man? Come on, fuck big cock. What is that? Man, I'm good. I can have a normal cock, but I can have a good brain. You know.
What was your second question? What was your second question, Hussein? Go ahead and succinctly provide it to the room, and then we'll get some more feedback.
He was a smart ass, so he had a good question. So that's it. For me to you, Sandra, is
that's a good one.
Who's Sandra?
No.
I think this guy's highly drunk every time he comes on the stage. There's something going on. They're saying, do you...
My bad. I'm gonna mute now.
Do you want a hot bro?
Yeah, it's not weed, because
I don't want no one, man. I don't want no one. Yeah, but no. I had a question, and yeah.
I think that all humans are born with insecurities, and it's part of life.
Yeah, of course.
As you get, like, you learn to develop skills, you learn to overcome certain security. Like, you're building securities, which now limits your insecurities. So you start to become more secure with who you are. The problem is where people become comfortable with who they are, and they're afraid to go out and to better themselves, so they become comfortable, and then what that allows is huge insecurities into their life.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think insecurity is something that everybody struggles. I think that there are probably times where they struggle more than others. But like, to define a man, I don't think insecurity would be even the list for me. Like,
but I don't think they make men like they used to.
No, they don't.
I believe they don't, but I believe men, principle of men have changed now. You know, men used to be real men, you know, and caring about men care about respect men. You know, these days, you know, men are completely different. You know, they don't respect men anymore. You know, especially in.
Is this room brought to you by Tylenol? Because I'm getting headaches.
No.
I'm going to be honest. They were serendipity, and they were having a conversation, and you kind of just jumped off mic and jumped in. Can we just let them have that dialogue for a minute?
But I think serendipity. I think it's not even the men today, and it's not even our fathers of yesterday. It's our grandparents that were secure men, and then they were so busy working that it created a new generation. And then the men today, like there's a big study. I don't know where it is, but I'm pretty sure you guys can find it. For like males from like 17 to 29 years old aren't having sex anymore.
Yeah,
there's a huge drop.
I've heard that study. There's also a huge drop in the testosterone in men today, as opposed to even 2 decades ago, like 20%, which is pretty significant.
And a huge drop in birth rates.
name's George Dienhart. Welcome to Politics on the Prairie. We have a great guest today, congressional candidate John Kitover. How are you doing today, John?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing real good too. I see you got the whole campaign headquarters going there.
I do. I've got a lot of phones set up. I've got a lot of YouTubes going, Instagrams, X accounts, Clubhouse. I try to do a lot of mass communication for the campaign at home.
I saw that. That's how you got on my radar. It was all social media. You're probably way better connected in that aspect than your opponent. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I live in Chicago, 42 years old, and I'm a graduate of the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina, which is a military college. I was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army National Guard, served from 2002 to 2006. And then I've worked in digital marketing, media buying, advertising technology for about the past 20 years, 15 years, and I've worked in the government at the Treasury Department and the Department of Commerce, working in real estate operations, leasing, project management. And I launched this campaign to run for Congress a couple months ago. We've raised about $600, mostly through social audio, through an app called Clubhouse, which is similar to X Spaces. It's basically a Zoom conference call, essentially. It's all audio. And I'm trying to defeat Darren LaHood, who I view as being a negative Republican who's created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. So I'm fighting. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm saying I'm fighting for the people of the district in 16th district in Illinois, for the whole state of Illinois, and for MAGA and the Republicans all around the United States who believe that our government is borrowing and spending way too much money, and we have to cut the spending.
That's a pretty big order because Lee Hood's he's going to have the Illinois GOP behind him. He'll have some federal law stuff behind him. He's going to have money to spend. Right now, you're at about $600. What's your strategy to counteract that?
It's by having conversations with you in open, frank, transparent manners. It's grassroots, and unfortunately, the algorithm doesn't favor me. Literally create as much content as you can, connect with as many people as you can, and really getting on the ground in Rockford and Peoria. The number one goal of this campaign right now is to get 1,000 signatures on our petitions.
Sure.
So I'm pretty confident over the next 3 weeks on Fridays and Saturdays in Rockford and in Peoria, we'll be able to get the number of signatures to get on the ballot in March.
Don't forget to hit the manifestations in your district. Those are great places to harvest the voters from. Let's go back to LaHood real quick. You call him a rhino, which has become almost cliche at this point. Everyone's a rhino that's running against someone else. When we look at him, though, his voting record isn't. You guys see eye to eye on some stuff. What is it